Good evening, everyone. I'd like to welcome all of you to the May 5th regular meeting of Council. I'd like to first recognize that we are gathered on the traditional territory of the Snuneymuxw First Nation. Our clerk tonight will be Ms. Sheila Gurry. I'm expecting that, yes, and here she is, Councillor Armstrong will also be attending tonight electronically. Welcome, Councillor Armstrong. Tonight's regular meeting of Council is being held in accordance with the Community Charter and Council Procedure Bylaw 2018, number 7272. And if during the meeting any member of the gallery has a question regarding an agenda item, please write down your name and the agenda item on the question period sign-up sheet, which is on the table by the double doors to my left. Please note that the Council Procedure Bylaw states that questions will only be taken on staff reports, consent items, or other business items. And I'd ask you all to listen carefully as I make a little statement about decorum in this place. I'd like to take a few moments to remind those who are attending in person about the rules of decorum for all council and committee meetings. A meeting of council is intended to be a place where democracy can freely take place in a respectful and safe manner. The council chambers is a workplace, and there are considerations council and staff must make to ensure that a safe work environment exists in accordance with WorkSafe BC regulations. To support this, and in accordance with Council's procedure bylaw, disrespectful conduct will not be tolerated, so we ask that there be no cheering or jeering or other outbursts from the gallery at any time. Furthermore, the use of electronic devices for recording or photographing is prohibited unless otherwise authorized by the chair. This will ensure that anyone speaking, whether it be a delegation, member of council, or staff, is not interrupted and can make their point freely without distraction, fear, or ridicule or intimidation. Tonight's council meeting, we have media representatives in attendance who have been provided advance authorization to use electronic devices for the purpose of their duties in accordance with the council procedure bylaw. In instances where a speaker is being inappropriate or has exceeded their time limit, their microphone will be cut off. Similarly, if there are outbursts by any person in the gallery, they will be asked to stop, and if they do not comply, they may be asked to leave as permitted under Section 133 of the Community Charter. If necessary, Council may call a recess in order to reset the environment of Council chambers. It is our belief that if everyone is respectful of these basic considerations, this meeting and future meetings will be more effective in furthering the business of the City of Nanaimo. The first item on the agenda is the introduction of late items, and Ms. Gurry, we have several, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. For late items this evening, we have the addition of PowerPoint presentation titled Nanaimo Prosperity Corporation Report to Council for agenda item 8D. For agenda item 15A, we have a notice of motion regarding quarterly updates from Tourism Nanaimo, Nanaimo Prosperity Corporation, and Nanaimo Systems Planning Organization from Councillor Thorpe. And agenda item 16C, we have the addition of a motion to consider regarding the snowbirds' visit to Nanaimo. And that's it, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. Motion for adoption of the agenda is amended. Moved Councillor Thorpe, seconded Councillor Perino. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries. Motion for adoption of the minutes is circulated. Moved Councillor Eastmere, seconded Councillor Hemmons. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries. The next is the Mayor's report, and unfortunately, even though it's a long agenda tonight, I have a number of items, and I'll try and be quick. The first is a very happy event, though, the Aquatic Affiliate Award presentation. I'm pleased to recognize the excellent work of our aquatics team tonight. The Life Saving Society of BC has recently presented us with not one, but 2 affiliate awards for our advanced aquatic programming in 2024. Bronze programs was the most courses delivered, and the National Lifeguard most courses delivered. These awards reflect more than just numbers of courses and participants, of which there were many. They represent countless hours of planning, training, and teamwork, especially during a time when we were challenged by the global lifeguard shortage following the COVID-19 epidemic. Their hard work to coordinate and deliver this training helped restore our capacity to offer swimming lessons, aquafit classes, and lifeguards at Westwood Lake during the summer. The work our aquatic leaders do every day is critical to drowning prevention efforts and public safety, and is about as upstream, pun intended, as upstream programming gets. This valuable recognition for our talented aquatic coordinators, supervisors, and instructors who delivered these programs with the smallest aquatic staff in recent history. Their dedication helped rebuild our lifeguard and swim instructor teams, and most importantly, ensured that our community has consistent access to life-saving training and safe aquatic programs. Though they can't join us tonight, I would like to recognize the following instructors and coordinators, some of whom are here, but I'll recognize all of them. Ashley Rowe, Amanda Watkins, Abby Pollard, Andrew Smythe, Cheryl Dremel, Devin Challoner, Ethan Johnson, Eliza McGuire, John Larson, Morgan Wiley, Paris Chadwick, and Wyatt Pedersen. On behalf of City Council and the citizens of Nanaimo, thank you and congratulations on this very well-deserved recognition. And so I'm going to ask those in attendance tonight who can come down, if someone will have the award, or we're just going to recognize them in person, Ms. Gurry?
Yes, Your Worship, we did have it set for under presentations, but if you would like to do it now, we can do it now and then not later under the presentation section, which was 8B of the agenda.
Thank you. So you're telling me I've jumped ahead?
Yes,
I said I do before I was asked if I was going to marry.
Exactly, yes, Your Worship. So
Well, if we're all right with a little
you can
process, Michelle Dirksen, Megan Lum, Ashley Rowe.
Couple more. There you go. Thank you. Congrats.
The AVICC was held in Nanaimo. It alternates every year between Nanaimo and Victoria, and we were able to host this year along with the Regional District of Nanaimo. The convention ran from April 11th to April 13th and was open to elected reps from the member communities to members of the public who registered. The primary purpose is to bring together AVICC members to discuss proposed resolutions that are aimed at improving the lives of people we serve as local governments. Resolutions that pass at the AVICC convention are voted on by the Union of BC Municipalities in the fall. It's a wonderful boost to our local economy and a magnificent opportunity, of course. Sir, are you recording? Sir, are you recording? I'm going to ask you to stop.
Put it down.
Sir, stop recording. I assume you don't have a hearing impairment. I'm going to ask you one more time to stop recording. Sir, are you going to stop recording or not? I'm going to ask you to leave this room. For the second time, I'm going to ask you to leave this room. I warn you, there are consequences if you refuse to do so, and you continue to do so. Ms. Gurry, in the circumstances, we will call a recess. I assure you, sir, this is not going to end well. We are recessed.
around every corner and under every corner, the city has assets, infrastructure that quietly adds convenience to our day-to-day living. From the pipes that carry our water and wastewater, to the roads that we walk, cycle, and drive on, to the amazing parks facilities that keep us active. We depend on this infrastructure without really thinking about its upkeep. That is, until something goes wrong. In April 2020, the water main that runs beneath Bowen Road broke and burst in a big way.
I don't think there's anything we depend upon in this community more than our water supply. We have dams, we have a reservoir, we have a water treatment plant, we have big water trunk mains and distribution mains, fire hydrants, and all kinds of other pieces of infrastructure totaling $1.5 billion that all bring water to our 100,000 residents. We have to be really careful to plan and make sure that that system is robust and resilient so that nobody's ever without water.
The water main on Bowen Road was quickly repaired, and recognizing that the entire water main was at risk, a plan was quickly moved forward to replace it with the Midtown water supply, a new seismically safe water main built for future growth and expected to last for nearly a century. A parallel and backup water main has also been installed and can be used whenever the main line needs repairs.
When we plan to replace our assets, our underground infrastructure, our facilities, all of those sorts of things, we want to make sure we're future-proof as possible. We're really looking out for the long-term best interest of the community. And so we want to make sure that the infrastructure is resilient, it's hardened, and it has sufficient capacity for growth, for unpredictable events such as earthquakes or wildfires. And we want to make sure that we're protecting the environment as much as possible.
Making smart, modern improvements and focusing on sustainability applies to all of the city's asset management planning, regardless of a project's scale.
As our infrastructure ages and it becomes time to replace it, because that's really part of the asset management life cycle, we always strive to replace with newer technology, more effective, more efficient fixtures, or even enhancing and taking advantage of newer technology. So a few examples would be LED streetlights, replacing the old high-pressure sodium, very environmentally invasive, with LED, much more focused and much less cost of electricity. Another example would be the boilers in our pools. We're getting away from the intensive GHG gas boilers and shifting more and more to electric, and still using the old ones as backup. Another great example that we'd like to point to, it's been really relatively under the radar for the last 10 years, is at our number one reservoir, we actually, as we fill the reservoir, generate electricity and sell that back to the grid to the tune of about $100,000 a year.
Even with the city's best planning, the unpredictable can happen, such as the water main break on Bowen Road. Planning for the unexpected is one more reason why the city maintains an asset management fund. With $4.8 billion in infrastructure, planning and budgeting for the future is crucial to keep Nanaimo healthy.
So a huge part of planning ahead involves determining how much money is needed to fund the replacement of assets, and the city uses long-term planning to do that.
The city has 3 asset management funds that help with long-term infrastructure planning. One for water, one for sewer, and a general asset management fund.
So the contributions to the 3 asset management reserve funds help to smooth out the impact on property taxes and user fee increases when replacement is needed.
You know, for the last 10 or 12 years, Nanaimo's council has been really supportive in annual contributions and increasing approximately 1% of taxes every year dedicated to asset management to ensure that our funding to replace our old assets remains sustainable.
As Nanaimo is one of the fastest growing cities in BC, the demand on our infrastructure is growing right along with it. This makes long-term planning more important now than ever.
Without that contribution to asset management reserves, we wouldn't be able to ensure that the services Nanaimo continues to rely on and appreciate and enjoy would be able to be sustained.
Starting up a short-term rental in the city of Nanaimo? From marketing to pricing to your business platform, there's a lot of pieces to the puzzle. One piece that you won't want to miss is your short-term rental business license. Puzzled? We're here to help. A short-term rental is the rental of a living space for a period of less than 30 days back-to-back. By following the guidelines of the Short-Term Rental Operators Guidebook, short-term rental operators may qualify for a business license without hurting the long-term rental market in Nanaimo. It's also about being a great neighbor. By getting a short-term rental business license, it's like saying, hey, I promise that my guests will have a dedicated space to park in and that they won't be too noisy. This is, after all, a very respectable establishment. To learn more about the City of Nanaimo's short-term rental guidelines, or if you need a hand getting started with your business license application, connect with us. We're here to help.
Terminal Avenue is the gateway to downtown Nanaimo, and whether you're arriving from the north or the south, it's the first impression of Nanaimo's downtown. While the first impression isn't anything to celebrate yet, positive change is underway, growing from the efforts of grassroots organizations and the vision of Nanaimo's community. A better Terminal Avenue gateway is being created. In the early coal mining days, Terminal Avenue wasn't a roadway. In fact, it wasn't even land. It was a tidal inlet and regularly filled with ocean water. Throughout the coal mining days, the inlet was a depository for coal mining tailings. As time passed, the inlet vanished and new land formed. Through the 20th century, Nanaimo continued to grow, and along with it, the city's transportation needs. The corridor of new land became Terminal Avenue and a part of the Trans-Canada Highway, routing travelers through the heart of Nanaimo's downtown. Over time, more and more people came, more cars filled the streets, and we ended up with the highway-oriented Terminal Avenue that we see today. With the creation of the Nanaimo Parkway in the 1990s, a highway that bypassed the city, Terminal Avenue no longer needed to be just an auto-oriented streetscape meant to move cars quickly through the city, and new potential for the area came to light. In 2016, the Downtown Nanaimo Business Improvement Association, together with the city and the Ministry of Transportation, undertook Terminal Nickel Reimagined, a process that invited the community to help create a toolbox of ideas to improve the streetscape. Now those tools are being put to work, and that work began beneath the Bastion Street Bridge when it was given seismic upgrades. New art integrates with the bridge supports and adds a moment of color to the streetscape. Another step comes with the construction of a beautified streetscape and park spaces along Terminal Avenue between Esplanade and Commercial Street. Following that, a big stride forward will come with a new downtown transit exchange on Terminal Avenue, which will expand multimodal connectivity in the heart of downtown. And we're poised for a giant leap when Terminal Avenue streetscape upgrades are extended through downtown all the way to Stewart Avenue. Back in 2015, residents were asked to share their greatest fear for the future of Terminal Avenue. That fear? Nothing will change, and the challenge of achieving an active and attractive gateway to Nanaimo is insurmountable. Those fears were heard, and the challenge accepted. Today we're reimagining Terminal Avenue as a walkable, green, and beautiful downtown street.
And I'm Wish Cycling.
Wish, I have to say, I'm really loving your t-shirt.
Well, I do love recycling.
Stop it, you're gonna make me blush.
Absolutely. Wait, no, not you recycling. I heart recycling. I like you, but I love the act of recycling. I put everything in the blue cart.
I don't know if you understand the blue card completely. Have you ever heard of contamination?
Oh yeah, that's when your Brussels sprouts touch your mashed potatoes.
No, that's rheumotactylophobia.
You lost me.
Recycling contamination happens when things that can't be recycled end up in your blue cart.
Oh, like Brussels sprouts.
No, I'm talking about recyclables, like packing foam or glass or soft plastics. Things that can't be sorted at the depot. If these things end up in the truck on pickup day, then it contaminates the whole load, and then the whole load is trash.
Oh, I don't heart trash.
Exactly. That's what wish cycling actually is. It's putting something in your blue cart and then just expecting that someone's there on the other end to sort it. The truth is, our sorting process doesn't allow for wish cycling.
What was that?
Sounds of the machines grinding to a halt at the recycling depot. If soft plastics get into the sorting belts, then the entire process comes to a halt.
Soft plastics can do that?
Sure can. That's why your blue card is only for packaging and paper products.
Oh, I see. PPP.
Exactly.
Huh.
You still love recycling?
I sure do. I heart recycling.
That's my name.
This is a City of Nanaimo storm drain. This is also a City of Nanaimo storm drain. The only thing that goes in this is rainwater. Anything other than rainwater ends up into the ocean, which ultimately affects the marine life. There's many different styles of catch basins. These are just two, but they both collect rainwater. One has a fish stamped on it. That's telling me that it's unprocessed and it goes directly to an environmentally sensitive area. This is the outfall, so anything that you put in that catch basin is ultimately going to end up into the ocean. If you have any questions about where to take your unwanted wasted products, such as paint products and petroleum products, you can contact the City of Nanaimo at 758-5222. You can also go onto our website. You can also download the Nanaimo Recycles app. Please do not throw material down the catch basins.
If the intersection at Terminal Avenue and Commercial Street is the front door to Nanaimo, then unfortunately, its front yard needs a bit of work. It's currently the site of a big empty hole. The historic block of buildings at 6 Commercial Street first began with an auto store in the early 1900s, followed by expansions that included the Heritage Gene Burns shop in 1955. For the next 62 years, the buildings anchored the corner and housed a range of businesses, eateries, and studio spaces that were home to local artists. But on March 30, 2016, disaster struck. A massive fire ripped through part of the block, and while there were thankfully no injuries, the buildings were unrecoverable. In 2017, they were demolished, leaving a hole in this prominent corner, a hole that has yet to be filled. Honoring a commitment to downtown revitalization, the City of Nanaimo purchased the property in 2021 and set out to remove barriers that stood in the way of its redevelopment. Through community engagement, a new direction for the site was identified, a new, iconic building to anchor the heart of downtown. To visualize that potential, an exploratory design shows a positive future for 6 Commercial Street. The next step is to sell the land to a private developer who will bring the vision to life. To help things along, the city's Downtown Revitalization Tax Exemption Program eases tax demands for development that helps to revitalize downtown Nanaimo. By eliminating barriers, adding incentives, and investing where it matters, the city is helping to stimulate redevelopment to create a renewed downtown that transcends its historic legacy.
Trenchless technology is a rapidly growing sector of the construction industry and includes different methods to replace underground utilities that require fewer excavations and no continuous open trenches. Pipe bursting is one trenchless method where hydraulic force is used to split the old pipe from the inside, while a new replacement pipe is pulled in behind. Pipe bursting was used to upgrade a backyard sanitary sewer along Vancouver Avenue. The existing 150mm diameter concrete sewer was installed in 1959 and runs along the rear of the properties, seen here where the orange safety fencing is installed around each property connection to the sewer. Given the access challenges, mature vegetation, and proximity of existing structures, the impact of the traditional method of digging up the entire sewer was not preferred. The existing pipe material and soil conditions were evaluated and both supported the use of the pipe bursting process to replace the old sewer line. The new sewer line is a continuous piece of 200mm diameter high-density polyethylene pipe, approximately 215 meters in length. This is laid out along the roadway and set up for pullback using vehicles and other stationary objects to provide the appropriate bending radius and grade of the pipe at the upstream entry point. This is one of the few excavations that does require some space and is set up to accept the new pipe so it can be monitored during the process while it is pulled back into place. This process only requires that services to each property be excavated, including the entry and exit pit. The service pits are excavated prior to pipe bursting. The temporary connections are installed to protect the private side service from any damage. Once the new pipe is pulled through, the services are reconnected and excavations backfilled. On Vancouver Avenue, the entire section of sewer was installed in just one day, with the project taking only 10 working days to complete from start to finish.
Around every corner and under every corner, the city has assets, infrastructure that quietly adds convenience to our day-to-day living. From the pipes that carry our water and wastewater, to the roads that we walk, cycle, and drive on, to the amazing parks facilities that keep us active. We depend on this infrastructure without really thinking about its upkeep. That is, until something goes wrong. In April 2020, the water main that runs beneath Bowen Road broke and burst in a big way.
I don't think there's anything we depend upon in this community more than our water supply. We have dams, we have a reservoir, we have a water treatment plant, we have big water trunk mains and distribution mains, fire hydrants, and all kinds of other pieces of infrastructure totaling $1.5 billion that all bring water to our 100,000 residents. We have to be really careful to plan and make sure that that system is robust and resilient so that nobody's ever without water.
The water main on Bowen Road was quickly repaired, and recognizing that the entire water main was at risk, a plan was quickly moved forward to replace it with the Midtown water supply, a new seismically safe water main built for future growth and expected to last for nearly a century. A parallel and backup water main has also been installed and can be used whenever the main line needs repairs.
When we plan to replace our assets, our underground infrastructure, our facilities, all of those sorts of things, we want to make sure we're future-proof as possible. We're really looking out for the long-term best interest of the community. And so we want to make sure that the infrastructure is resilient, it's hardened, and it has sufficient capacity for growth, for unpredictable events such as earthquakes or wildfires. and we want to make sure that we're protecting the environment as much as possible.
Making smart, modern improvements and focusing on sustainability applies to all of the city's asset management planning, regardless of a project scale.
As our infrastructure ages and it becomes time to replace it, because that's really part of the asset management life cycle, we always strive to replace with newer technology, more effective, more efficient fixtures, or even enhancing and taking advantage of newer technology. So a few examples would be LED streetlights, replacing the old high-pressure sodium, very environmentally invasive, with LED, much more focused and much less cost of electricity. Another example would be the boilers in our pools. We're getting away from the intensive GHG gas boilers and shifting more and more to electric, and still using the old ones as backup. Another great example that we'd like to point to, it's been really relatively under the radar for the last 10 years, is at our number 1 reservoir, we actually, as we fill the reservoir, generate electricity and sell that back to the grid to the tune of about $100,000 a year.
Even with the city's best planning, the unpredictable can happen, such as the water main break on Bowen Road. Planning for the unexpected is one more reason why the city maintains an asset management fund. With $4.8 billion in infrastructure, planning and budgeting for the future is crucial to keep Nanaimo healthy.
So a huge part of planning ahead involves determining how much money is needed to fund the replacement of assets, and the city uses long-term planning to do that.
The city has 3 asset management funds that help with long-term infrastructure planning. One for water, one for sewer, and a general asset management fund.
So the contributions to the 3 asset management reserve funds help to smooth out the impact on property taxes and user fee increases when replacement is needed.
You know, for the last 10 or 12 years, Nanaimo's council's been really supportive in annual contributions and increasing approximately 1% of taxes every year dedicated to asset management to ensure that our funding to replace our old assets remains sustainable.
As Nanaimo is one of the fastest growing cities in BC, the demand on our infrastructure is growing right along with it. This makes long-term planning more important now than ever.
Without that contribution to asset management reserves, we wouldn't be able to ensure that the services Nanaimo continues to rely on and appreciate and enjoy would be able to be sustained.
Starting up a short-term rental in the city of Nanaimo? From marketing to pricing to your business platform, there's a lot of pieces to the puzzle. One piece that you won't want to miss is your short-term rental business license. Puzzled? We're here to help. A short-term rental is the rental of a living space for a period of less than 30 days back-to-back. By following the guidelines of the Short-Term Rental Operators Guidebook, short-term rental operators may qualify for a business license without hurting the long-term rental market in Nanaimo. It's also about being a great neighbor. By getting a short-term rental business license, it's like saying, hey, I promise that my guests will have a dedicated space to park in and that they won't be too noisy. This is, after all, a very respectable establishment. To learn more about the City of Nanaimo's short-term rental guidelines, or if you need a hand getting started with your business license application, connect with us. We're here to help.
Terminal Avenue is the gateway to downtown Nanaimo, and whether you're arriving from the north or the south, it's the first impression of Nanaimo's downtown. While the first impression isn't anything to celebrate yet, positive change is underway, growing from the efforts of grassroots organizations and the vision of Nanaimo's community. A better Terminal Avenue gateway is being created. In the early coal mining days, Terminal Avenue wasn't a roadway. In fact, it wasn't even land. It was a tidal inlet and regularly filled with ocean water. Throughout the coal mining days, the inlet was a depository for coal mining tailings. As time passed, the inlet vanished and new land formed. Through the 20th
Very pleased to offer the city's compliments and thanks to Todd Maffin. As many of you know, hundreds of Americans accepted his invitation to visit Nanaimo. The Infusion Festival welcomed U.S. visitors with food trucks, live music, and a pub crawl on April 25th to 27th. By his count, which I think is confirmed by drone coverage and everything else, and my own observation, over 500 people, a mix of locals and visitors, showed up at the event on Saturday, April 26th. It was a very good day, and it reminded us that notwithstanding the challenges that come to this country from the White House, that Canadians and Americans reach across the border and can extend the hand of friendship and understanding. Moreover, it introduced Americans to the fact that this is still a welcoming, diverse, and accepting community where, as I say, whatever challenges we may face between our governments, we can welcome one another in peace and friendship. I would be remiss if I didn't also recognize that May the 3rd, Saturday, was the 138th anniversary of one of the most significant events in this community's history. That was the #1 Esplanade mine explosion. 150 people were killed in that explosion at a time the city had 2,000 citizens. 46 women were left widows, and 126 children lost their fathers. It is a timely reminder, coming as it does every year, just a few days after the National Day of Mourning, to honor and recognize and remember those workers killed or injured on the job. That this community has a long history, and it is not a history we forget, and we honor those and remember those who suffered and left this community devastated in a way that it's probably not faced before or since. On a happier note, on Sunday at 11 o'clock, and I give full compliments to Charlotte Davis, who emceed the event. The grand opening of the Marie Davidson BMX Bike Park was officially opened with various politicians present, speeches made, and a fantastic array of young, energetic people taking advantage of this wonderful new park. It's larger and improved, ready for local, provincial, national, and even international events and competitions. The Nanaimo BMX Club and the City of Nanaimo are inviting the public to go out and have a look. The special ribbon cutting, the special acknowledgements, and a very touching speech from Marie Davidson's daughter-in-law and her son Mike's widow Kathy was given, reminding us all that there are people in this community who give themselves to the betterment of youth, who take care for their community and work hard to ensure that the lives of some people get on track and stay there, as opposed to what could have happened to so many people. She was a fabulous woman, and it was a great way to honor her with the recent improvements to that BMX park. I should also tell all of you that the City of Nanaimo, of course, extends its deepest sympathies to the Filipino community following the tragic results at the Lapu-Lapu Festival in Vancouver. The city is flying the Filipino flag at half-mast until May the 9th, and there was a vigil held at the offices of the British Columbia Government Employees Services Union on Saturday, which was attended by myself and Councillors Thorpe and Gesselbrock and many other members of the community, not just the Filipino community. I think for most of us as British Columbians, that kind of mass killing simply does not jive with what we think about our community, and reminds all of us that if we wish to live in a civil society, we need to be kind to one another, we need to care for those who are in need, and we need to support those who've suffered loss. And that is what we are doing in this community for our own Filipino community. Emergency Preparedness Week is May 4th to May the 10th. Being prepared is something the whole family can do. With Emergency Preparedness Week taking place, the City of Nanaimo is encouraging residents to prepare for an emergency by making a kit, drafting a plan, and signing up for the city's Buoyant Alert emergency notification system. This year's theme, In It Together, highlights the importance of collective action. While we can't prevent natural disasters, we can reduce their impact by being ready. Emergencies can happen at any time, and being prepared helps protect yourself. You can't get prepared after the disaster is struck. So 3 simple steps everyone can take. Know the risks. Although the consequences of disasters can be similar, knowing the risks specific to our community and our region can help you better prepare. Make a plan. It will help you and your family in knowing what to do. And get an emergency kit. During an emergency, we will all need some basic supplies. We may need to get by without power or tap water, so be prepared to be self-sufficient for at least 72 hours in an emergency. And to stay informed, I encourage you, as I said, to sign up for Voyant Alert. For more information, you can prepare for emergencies to make a kit. Visit www.nanaimo.ca/go-to/emergency kit or the Province of BC website, www.preparedbc.ca. Concerts in the park are back this summer. 13 artists featured at 11 concerts in a variety of local parks. I'm not going to list them all, but it starts on Sunday, May the 11th at the Colliery Dam Park as part of Family Fishing Day. And that's the Andrew Janison Jazz presentation, and it finishes on Wednesday, August 27th at Westwood Lake as part of the End of Summer Splash. Kevin Bacon, that's classic 90s and current rock. Encourage all of you to go out and support our local talent and have a good time, and remind yourselves that music is good for everybody. We're also seeking as a city volunteers for the Committee and Variance Board. We're seeking volunteers to fill one at-large position on each of the following: the Advisory Committee on Accessibility and Inclusiveness and the Board of Variance. The Advisory Committee on Accessibility and Inclusiveness calls for applicants to have experience and involvement related to the issues of accessibility and/or inclusiveness. The term of office for this position is 3 years until June 2028, or is determined by council. The Board of Variance applicant should have a basic understanding of building and zoning regulations, such as the city's zoning bylaw and BC Building Code, as well as familiarity with interpreting architectural plans and documents. The Board of Variance member cannot be a member of an advisory planning commission, an elected official, or an employee of the local government that appoints them. And the term for that position starts August 30th, 2025 and ends August 30th, 2028, or is determined by council. Ongoing improvements at one of our major intersections at Northfield and Bowen Road. Starting May the 5th, today, they'll be closed. The intersection will be closed for street improvements, including traffic signal upgrades, road resurfacing, safety improvements. Drivers and cyclists and pedestrians can expect traffic disruptions and detours. The Midtown Gateway project is nearing the home stretch to improve traffic flow and pedestrian safety at one of our city's busiest intersections. The planned 24-hour day schedule of closures are May the 5th to 11th, westbound towards the Parkway. Northfield will be closed at Bowen, no left turns from eastbound Northfield Road onto Bowen Road, all the way through to May the 23rd. During this construction period, sidewalk closures and detour signs will be posted for pedestrians. The city suggests commuters choose an alternate route and avoid the area until after May 23rd. Super Save Gas remains open during the construction. Refer to maps for access restrictions. For the Parkway to BC Ferries from Northfield, use the Boxwood Road to Meredith Road detour, then continue to Boundary before turning back to Northfield. And to keep up to date on any changes, please, for transit, please visit the Regional District of Nanaimo's website at www.rdn.bc.ca/transit/service/alerts. All right. We're now on to Rise and Report. A couple of things. The first is the Nanaimo Art Gallery Co-Management Agreement. During the April 7th, 2025 in-camera council meeting, council approved the draft 10-year co-management agreement between the City of Nanaimo and the Nanaimo Art Gallery Society. That's a good news story for our community. And the review of the Public Safety Committee. During the 2025 April 7th in-camera council meeting, council directed staff to survey the Public Safety Committee members regarding their experience on the committee and potential terms of reference amendments that better suit the committee, and to bring forward a report at a future council meeting outlining survey results and proposed recommendations. And now we'll get on to presentations that I mucked up and jumped into ahead of time. I want to thank everyone who participated, and sorry for stealing Charlotte Davis's thunder when I presented the Life Saving Society BC and Yukon Branch Awards. There'll be lots of opportunities, given Charlotte's career performance for the city, for her to participate in public events, we hope for a very long time. Having said that, and not going to muck it up a second time, on to the Canadian Award for Financial Reporting and Award for Outstanding Achievement in Popular Annual Financial Reporting for the fiscal year ending December 31st, 2023. Ms. Mercer, our General Manager of Corporate Services, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the Government Finance Officers Association of the United States and Canada has awarded the City of Nanaimo the 2 awards for financial reporting for its annual municipal report. The first one is the Canadian Award for Financial Reporting, and this recognizes excellence in governmental accounting and financial reporting. So in order to be recognized for this award, the city must publish an easily readable and efficiently organized annual financial report that goes beyond the minimum requirements of generally accepted accounting principles and demonstrates an effort to clearly communicate the city's financial picture, enhance the understanding of financial reporting by the city, and address user needs. The second award is the Popular Annual Financial Report Award. So each year the city creates an abbreviated version of the annual municipal report, and it's called the Annual Municipal Highlights Report. And this award recognizes the work that was put into producing this document. So this work is a combination from various city departments, but the lion's share of the work is done by the Finance and Communications Department. And as always, they've done a great job on producing these documents. So congratulations to all.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Fulla, our Director of Finance, Mr. Bailey, our Manager of Accounting Services, and Jane Matheson, our Assistant Manager of Accounting Services, and Mr. Dale Burgos, our Manager of Communications.
Well, much better handled than the first presentation. We are on now to hearing from the Executive Director, Carly Pereboom, of the Tourism Nanaimo, a quarterly update. And Ms. Pereboom's coming in via Zoom, I understand. Please.
Good evening.
Ms. Pereboom, good evening and welcome. The floor is yours. You have a large audience tonight. They all wanted to come and hear you.
So I hear. It's a full house. Thank you for having me tonight to talk about Q1 and the ever-changing landscape of the tourism sector, specifically within Nanaimo. If I can have the next slide, please. At Tourism Nanaimo, we certainly recognize that meaningful progress is only possible through collaborative relationships. And as we work toward a shared future within this region, the Snuneymuxw Nation Stewardship reminds us that tourism must not just invite visitors in, but it must reflect on the truth of this land and its people and its history. And that's not only a responsibility, it's also a source of encouragement, and it certainly strengthens our resolve to build something enduring and inclusive and worthy of this place that we call Nanaimo. Next slide, please. Today we'll be going over a changing landscape that is tourism, the value of tourism within Nanaimo, industry data, and highlights from Q1 and upcoming Q2. I realize that it's a relatively full agenda this evening, so I will try and go through this as quickly as possible for you all. Next slide, please. A discussion certainly at this point would be remiss if we did not talk about and acknowledge the shift happening right now between the US and Canada. The tourism sector has shifted dramatically under the current circumstances with our southern neighbor, and Tourism Nanaimo has certainly remained adaptive to these changes. Positioning ourselves to make the most of this opportunity, as data is suggesting that 43% of Canadians intend to cancel or decrease their travel to US in 2025 compared to 2024, and with 61 of those intending to explore Canada instead. Nanaimo's affordability, inclusivity, and accessibility certainly position us to compete like never before. We're not tracing trends here, and so we're making sure that we're leveraging the data and forecasts so that we can act with precision and ensure consistent market messaging and experience development through this transitional time. Slide 5, please. Ontario presents a strong market opportunity due to its high likelihood of reducing travel to the U.S. at this point, and this is aligning well with Destination BC's marketing priorities and the recent introduction of the direct flight from Toronto to Nanaimo, further strengthening our ability to attract visitors from this region. Manitoba and Saskatchewan residents are also most inclined to adjust their travel plans within Canada right now, and this combined with Nanaimo's inclusive brand tone, particularly in support of the LGBTQ+ travelers, positions us well to appeal to these undertapped and very highly aligned audiences. Alberta still remains a key demographic, and many Albertans have already experienced Vancouver Island, so our focus there is giving them a fresh reason to return through targeted itineraries, affordability, and Nanaimo's positioning as a central hub for diverse exploration throughout the island. Next slide, please. The Todd Maffin-led Nanaimo Infusion event that went viral on TikTok. It's something we should chat about. Not because it was engineered, but because the foundation was built with care. Tourism Nanaimo provided behind-the-scenes support, curating guest experiences, aligning messaging throughout the city, and ensuring consistency, while deliberately staying out of the spotlight on this. Infusion was a powerful case study of resident-led tourism. By the community taking lead, the event stayed authentic. Driven by pop-ups, welcome moments, and real conversations, Nanaimo's residents became the hosts, and in doing so, showed exactly why welcoming our city to the stage is key. This grassroots approach built trust and pride in ways that no ad ever campaign could. And that trust is our strongest return. It turns residents into our best ambassadors, and in tourism, that's called a high net promoter score. In Nanaimo, however, it's been simply called community, and it demonstrated that so clearly the other weekend. Next slide, please. Tourism, however, is more about than just attracting visitors. It's also a driver for jobs, incomes, and the growth of a vibrant and resilient city, which we are seeing. Next slide, please. Recently, DBC released their Value of Tourism report for Vancouver Island, and it showed that over 26,000 people were employed in tourism-related businesses in the Vancouver Island region in 2022, representing 17% of BC's total tourism employment. $886 million is what the Vancouver Island's tourism industry paid in wages and salaries alone. We certainly believe that tourism is not just a visitor economy, it is a prosperity driver. The top categories are accommodation, food, and transportation, making up over 80% of the spending, highlighting the importance of the cross-sector collaboration to strengthen the entire visitor experience, and that's essential to growing the visitor spend. And again, the other weekend was a fantastic example of this. Next slide, please. 47% of visitors stay with friends and family in this region, and while hotel revenues remain critical, visiting friends and family is still an equally valuable audience. They still drive restaurant, retail, and attraction spending, so we're embracing all visitor types in this destination strategy overall that we have in place. And while 29% of our visitor spending does go towards accommodations, the average trip length in Nanaimo currently is at 3.4 nights, so there's still room to grow that. And with targeted marketing and curated itineraries, our business and events and sports strategies, we're encouraging longer stays and boosting economic impact per visitor. The regional demographic for us in terms of top visitor markets is British Columbia at 50%, Albertans at 14%, and Ontario by 8%. All of this is to say that tourism really is a sector that demonstrates the donut economics. It's about investing in livability, business stability, and year-round economic growth. Tourism will grow like a garden. It can grow wild, and without a gardener, like a DMO, it may grow in ways that are unsustainable or inequitable or misaligned with the community's values. Our role is to cultivate the right conditions and to prune back when things are not working and to ensure growth is happening where it benefits the community most. Our role is ensuring that the right mix of visitors at the right time and in the right places is occurring strategically. Next slide, please. Occupancy, average daily rate, and RevPAR tell a part of our story, and we're looking at the visitor economy overall. Next slide, please. As mentioned previously, our top markets are domestic. 50% of our visitors, as I said, come from within BC, and this means that marketing Nanaimo is a short-haul, high-value experience, and that's critical, especially during economic uncertainty or when people are traveling closer to home. What this tells us is that Nanaimo is still a highly attractive but price-sensitive market. We cannot command Vancouver-level hotel rates, but we're still extremely competitive when compared to peer cities like Kamloops. This reinforces that we need to focus on growing volume and value and adding visitor year-round offerings and experiences that elevate that spend per trip into the local economy. Next slide, please. We are still finding our footing, and we must stay aggressive in our off-season promotion. Winter is remaining a huge gap for us, as we experienced again in Q1, and the addition of inventory is still creating a volatility that has yet to balance. Informed marketing, event attraction, group bookings, and experience development hopefully will fill this shoulder season and help us sustain business year-round. Next slide, please. Q1 really was about focusing and setting the foundation for this year. If I didn't say that we felt like we were on fire, I would be doing a disservice to the team. We certainly saw lots of alignment here, however, and the three primary goals that are so put out here is really goals that are within the city's plan that are deeply aligned with our 5-year strategy. And these aren't separate goals, they're certainly integrated into all of the work that we are doing. Next slide, please. I won't speak to everything that is listed here in the report, but what I will say is that each line here is highlighting a level of success. From securing national conferences to redesigning inclusive grant programming that we'll be launching next quarter, this is all part of the strategy that is rooted in data and built on relationships and being delivered with integrity. Next slide, please. We are not simply just marketing a place. We are definitely stewarding a story that is backed in action, and every quarter these actions are ensuring that we're taking the mandate and direction from industry and bringing things to life. We also were awarded the DBC Co-op funding, which is over a 2-year term and is a great collaboration throughout the region at large. So that was a great win for the region. Next slide, please. While we have hired a full-time sport tourism coordinator, we're also advancing Nanaimo's goal to be a sport tourism hub. We have a replaced new visitor services manager that's been onboarded, focusing on year-round servicing and better access for visitors' information across the city. And we supported the city with Luminous Pass, which is a great example of tourism adding to resident experience and not just visitor attraction. Cross-sector work continues on downtown vibrancy, cultural trails, and supporting walkable, family-friendly tourism entities. Next slide, please. Tourism Nanaimo has continued to embed reconciliation and inclusion into the core of our operations. Through direct collaboration with Snuneymuxw First Nation, enhanced cultural representation in our visitor guide and in the center itself, working alongside local artists, and meaningful support for community-led events like Snuneymuxw Days, internal staff training on inclusive marketing practices, and grant program redesigns have intentionally uplifted the underrepresented voices in the tourism sector specifically. And these aren't just one-offs, these are part of a sustained and values-driven approach in destination development that is demonstrated throughout our 5-year strategy in alignment with the city's plans. Next slide, please. Tourism Nanaimo has strengthened its industry leadership by investing in data intelligence this first quarter, media tools, and collaborative relationships. With the integration of Rove, which is a mobile data platform, and STR, we've enhanced our ability to begin forecasting trends and benchmarking hotel performances. Our presence at Explore Vancouver Island, alongside key partners like Hello, the Marriott, and Casino Nanaimo, position the city directly in front of travel trade decision makers, while our collaboration with local restaurants are ensuring that Nanaimo's culinary scene is trade ready. We're continuing to advocate at the provincial level, securing recognition and support that reinforces Nanaimo's role as a rising tourism hub. Next slide, please. Tourism Nanaimo has made significant strides in securing high-impact group business, with 3 national conferences and a major provincial sporting event confirmed for 2027. Bringing vital room nights and off-season economic activity. Alongside these wins, we've strengthened our positioning as a conference and event destination by participating in trade shows, hosting conference industry networking events in the Lower Mainland, and developing frontline tools like the Todd Math and Communications Kit, the Hotelier Binder for the season coming, and the ambassador training program that supported crews, ensuring our community is prepared to deliver exceptional guest experiences wherever they have a touch point within the city. Our PR strategy, confirmed for 2025, focuses and is remaining on earned media and influencer storytelling. We generated $8 million in reach and over $135,000 in PR value through the national media and influencer partnerships in the first quarter alone. Business BC magazine feature that we had positioned Nanaimo as a serious player not only in tourism but in entrepreneurship, innovation, and leadership. Our always-on marketing includes themes of itineraries on food, art, and music, and collaborated with multiple local businesses to push those into market. Next slide, please. As we move through Q2, we are all scaling the foundations we built. Inclusive training for frontline staff, refresh grant programs, cruise welcoming planning, and continued focus on destination stewardship, arts and culture, and the visitor experience overall. Slide next, please. Certainly, we're not working in isolation. The success of these programs is dependent on our partners, local businesses, cultural groups, and industrial collaborators. Tourism Nanaimo's role is to steward and support local success by providing the tools and resources and guidance communities need. Our approach isn't about directing, it's about listening, responding, and focusing our efforts where they're needed most, and as industry tells us. Next slide, please. Q1, I would say that we're very proud of this work. It's not without challenge, but it is certainly successful when we see how it's having impact across the community. And I'm still much more prouder to say of the team and across the city's liaison points, they're of the people that are making this happen. The residents and partners and volunteers and community organizations are just the icing for us, truly. And together we're building the tourism sector that gives back more than it's taking. That includes strength and uplifts community services, which is key for all of our work. Thank you for having me for this evening to present this report, and I'm happy to take any questions if needed.
Thank you very much, Ms. Carabin. Notwithstanding my admonition, they wanted to clap for you regardless. Well done. Any questions, Council? If I may, there was an inquiry earlier this week from one of our voters talking about the best future, if you will, in terms of attracting people. Where's the best destination within British Columbia? Is it the Lower Mainland, the obvious thing, or is it the interior? Where are they coming from, and where do we hope to attract them from?
British Columbia, within this sector, we definitely talk about the Golden Triangle, which is considered Vancouver, Whistler, and Tofino is starting to be a part of that, and Victoria. So it's Vancouver, Whistler, Victoria. Certainly, it has a large international draw, but for us on the island, our data and our information is continuing to tell us that our short-haul markets from British Columbia, Alberta, and Ontario are certainly our bread and butter, and international is, I think, always a great addition when they are visiting that British Columbia Golden Triangle, as we call it. Whenever we can get into opportunities where we can attract those visitors when they're visiting those other destinations is always a win.
Thank you very much. Councillor Eastmere, please.
Thank you. Just a quick question about whether you anticipate that the change by BC Ferries to require a reservation when sailing from Horseshoe Bay to Nanaimo could have any impact on tourism, and if you're thinking about incorporating that into your communication strategy for people hoping to visit Nanaimo.
Yeah, BC Ferries and the messaging around BC Ferries. We are working with some of our other partners across the island, so Parksville, Qualicum area, and also Victoria, which is heavily already affected with increase in traffic in the summer. So we do have a communication and comms program that we're going to be working on and pushing out. Our biggest part on that is making sure that we're not making it seem or the perception that there is a difficult way to get to the island or get off the island. And BC Ferries is still a really key and critical partner for us. So it's not necessarily about throwing them under the bus either. We all have different pains when it comes to transportation. And so it's just about finding good solutions and good messaging and having that out ahead of time. So we are on it. I appreciate the question, though. That's great.
Thank you, and thank you very much. Appreciate the update. Very good.
Thank you so much. Have a great evening.
The next is the quarterly update from the Nanaimo Prosperity Corporation. Colin Stansfield, the Chief Executive Officer. Mr. Stansfield, good evening. Welcome. Appreciate this.
Just give them a moment to load the presentation. There we are. Good evening, Mayor Krogh, councillors, staff, members of the public. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. Indeed, it is my pleasure to be here on behalf of the Prosperity Corporation to share our second quarterly update of 2025. Before we begin, I would like to acknowledge that our work takes place on the traditional lands and waters of the Snuneymuxw First Nation, whose connection to this place has endured for generations. And also to acknowledge that today is Red Dress Day, a national day to honor the lives and legacies of missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQI+ people. We stand in solidarity with the families and communities who continue to seek justice, healing, and change. With that grounding in mind, I'd like to take a few minutes just to walk you through some of the momentum we're seeing in Nanaimo's economy and how our team is working to support that progress in ways that reflect our shared values. The Duke Point Cargo Terminal, $105 million expansion that means more capacity, more jobs, and better connections for local businesses that need to move goods efficiently. As Carly mentioned, direct flights between Nanaimo and Toronto that signal our market has enough demand to support national links. It's a strong sign of economic health. Snuneymuxw First Nation launching their own trucking company, Sarlican Transport, a new Indigenous-owned business in the logistics space, is a huge step forward, especially one tied to the port. It's a reminder that prosperity in Nanaimo must be inclusive and shared, and it's something we can all get behind. As also Carly mentioned, BC Business, Nanaimo's rise in the rankings. We jumped 30 spots in just 1 year, and that's not just a blip, that's momentum. That's recognition that helps tell our story to investors, entrepreneurs, and talent looking for their next move. And cruise ships, doubling cruise traffic in back-to-back years means more visitors, more spending, and more opportunities for local businesses. It also puts Nanaimo on the map internationally. These guests leave with stories, photos, and memories that promote us worldwide. There was, in fact, an update from tourism today that mentioned that all those good folks getting off the MV Europa, 300 Nanaimo bars distributed to them. So they're going home with good taste in their mouth as well. And so yes, there's great momentum building in Nanaimo, big wins, growing confidence, and signs that we're firmly on the radar. And not just that we're on the radar, but they're on the radar leading with good values. And we're hearing that from folks like Prime Minister Carney, emphasizing the role of values in shaping our economic decisions. And that's something that we think about a lot at NPC, because prosperity isn't just about growth, it's about how we grow. It's about who it benefits and about what it supports. And so I won't read through each of these, but it does give you a quick snapshot of the values that guide our work. They're not just words on a slide, though. They do shape our partnerships, our priorities, and how we define success. Whether it's inclusion, collaboration, or reconciliation, these are the values that show up in everything we do. Over the past few months, they've shown up in some very real ways through the projects that we've taken on. Here's a quick snapshot of some of our work. With respect to business retention and expansion, we're aligning the groups that support Nanaimo area businesses, making sure that we're not duplicating efforts, that we're playing from the same songbook. That means better communication, stronger partnerships, and more efficient support for local employers. In terms of a tariff response with new trade restrictions affecting Canadian businesses, we've stepped in to coordinate our local response. We're connecting businesses with the right people in government, we're sharing timely intelligence, and helping them navigate a rapidly shifting system. AI training and development is a space that is moving very quickly, and we don't want Nanaimo to be left behind. So we've been investing in our own skills and bringing our partners along with us, making sure our ecosystem is AI aware and ready to adapt. Partner co-locations since September, we've been having a lot of fun sharing space with Tourism Nanaimo, and now the Vancouver Island Economic Alliance has joined us as well. I so often say VAIA, but I remember not to use those acronyms. Working side by side like this helps turn conversations into collaborations and fast-tracks partnership opportunities. Service integration, we're very happy to be building tighter connections across these award-winning city departments and with organizations like the Chamber and Vancouver Island University. The goal for us, of course, is seamless experience for businesses and investors, no matter where they enter the system. And then finally, supply chain advocacy. Together with regional partners, we're pushing for big picture investment into the island's supply chain. Instead of patchwork fixes, we're advocating for system-wide upgrades. And with recent studies from VAIA and from the Nanaimo Port Authority, they're helping to make the case for transformational funding. That gives you a sense of what's been happening, but also, we're not slowing down. As we look ahead, our work is organized around those 4 impact areas that we've spoken to you about before. I'll walk you through just a little bit of each of those now. The first area is championing growth. We're focused on growth that actually improves the life for people who live and work here, not just growth for its own sake. And that means unlocking industrial lands, it means supporting smarter development, and tracking progress in ways that reflect community well-building. And so we're building a prosperity scorecard to do exactly that, and we're drawing on the great work already underway from the city. I want to especially acknowledge Amrit Manhas's incredible work with that State of Nanaimo Economy report that's in your agenda tonight. It's invaluable to the work that we do. But also VIEA, the Nanaimo Foundation, Tourism Nanaimo, SPO, all those organizations that are measuring what it looks like to be in Nanaimo right now. The goal for us is that growth is inclusive, sustainable, and grounded in what makes Nanaimo strong. Our second impact area, elevating local industry, we're helping Nanaimo businesses get the visibility and support that they deserve, turning up the volume on local success stories. Building on our shared brand work with Tourism Nanaimo, we're expanding that approach to showcase all industries, from construction and logistics to clean tech and advanced manufacturing. Because when local business thrives, our whole community benefits. Impact Area 3 is strengthening community. We believe that economic development should support community development, not compete with it. That's why we're focused on key priorities like workforce housing and community wealth building, areas where the private sector has a critical role to play. We're working to make sure that business voices are at the table in whole of community efforts, especially where there's the potential for systems level innovation. Because when we build solutions together, we know that the results are stronger, more lasting, and more inclusive. Our final impact area, of course, is stimulating investment, bringing smart, values-aligned capital into Nanaimo to fuel long-term growth. We're proud to share that we did, in fact, secure support from Export Development Canada to help us build a comprehensive foreign direct investment strategy. That strategy will spotlight Nanaimo's key strengths, things like logistics, advanced manufacturing, the blue economy, and life sciences. And we're not doing this alone. We've established strong working relationships with Invest in Canada, Trade and Invest BC, and Global Affairs Canada. Not just one-off meetings, but rather ongoing partnerships, and they're helping us raise Nanaimo's profile on the global stage. There's important work ahead, and we'll be leaning on council and staff to help us bring this strategy to life with the infrastructure and leadership needed to deliver real results. Because again, it's not just about attracting any investment, it's about attracting the right investment, capital that creates lasting value economically, socially, and environmentally. This slide touches on a few of the things that we're keeping our eye on. I think I've already spoken to the work that we're doing around economic uncertainty and supply chain resilience, but one exciting opportunity I do want to highlight is our upcoming participation in Web Summit, one of the world's largest tech and investment conferences happening this month in Vancouver. We've been invited to help represent Nanaimo and the island, and it's a huge chance to showcase our story to global investors, thought leaders, and policymakers. And with that, I will thank you so much for your time and attention this evening. I know there's a lot on the agenda, and I really do appreciate the chance to share a bit about what we've been up to at NPC. We are proud to serve this community, and even prouder to do that work in partnership with all of you, council, staff, the many organizations and residents who make Nanaimo what it is. If you'd like to stay in the loop, our contact info is up on the screen. You can follow us on social media, and I would encourage everyone to sign up for our monthly newsletter. And of course, if anyone ever wants to dig deeper, my door is always open. I'm easy to contact and happy to meet with anyone. I thank you, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stansfield. Councillor Perino, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. A question through you to Mr. Stansfield. Great presentation. Thank you so much. On your stimulating investment slide, I just wondered, are you experiencing or seeing anything yet in our relationship with the U.S. that's concerning to you and what you're working on at the present time?
So I guess what I'm encouraged by is the way in which so many different departments, the provincial and federal level, are rallying around a response. So there are a lot of resources available to support businesses. A lot of businesses are finding that there are short-term workarounds that they've been benefiting from. Things like achieving CUSMA compliance that allows you to get exemptions. There are things that are allowing folks to keep people employed. And so far it hasn't been disastrous. Okay. But the work then to also be able to get out into other markets, and that's been fortunate for us that at this time we have this money to be building out our foreign direct investment strategy. And so those partners have showed up right at the moment that we have some money to work with them. And so feeling encouraged about the opportunity for us to reach out into more markets and particularly into other provinces in Canada.
Good. I think there's lots of opportunities. We just have to find them. That's right. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Not seeing any other questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Stansfield. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
The next is the quarterly update from the Nanaimo Systems Planning Organization. Mr. McCormick, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Council, thanks for the opportunity to present very briefly on our activities for the last quarter. It's been a very busy time, and I'm going to focus on just a few things. And then I will let you get on to the rest of the agenda. So next slide, please. Oh, it's me, Ring. Sorry, I apologize. So just a reminder that our reason for being is that I've done this before, that we are a result of the work of the Health and Housing Action Plan, which was created as part of a task force. And our focus is to really focus on trying to address the housing challenges that community members face who are unhoused and struggling to find shelter. So our focus is on research, convening, coordinating systems approach to housing planning, and looking for systems gaps and priorities and opportunities. And that's really, I think, the fourth one is the one we really focus on. Just a quick snapshot of some of the projects this year or this quarter that we've been working on. Focus on data dashboard that gives us good information on our website about the various components of the homelessness crisis that we're addressing. The point-in-time count has just been concluded and is just being written up. It was led by Snuneymuxw First Nations housing team, and we provided support in that regard. So we are unfortunately seeing a similar trend, about 20% increase in the number of people who are unhoused. As well as that, just go to the next slide. We're also providing some support around the shelter usage this year. Importantly, there was at least 528 times when community members during the coldest months of the year were turned away from shelters. And even at the Daily Hub shelter, currently just in its operation since January, something in the neighborhood of 235 people haven't been able to access the shelter because we simply don't have enough spaces available for community members. So we really are struggling in that regard, but there really is a lot of good work that's being done by community agencies. I commend the city staff who do terrific work in this regard, trying to advance the needs of the community. We are working as well with our community partners, and an area of focus for us is really to develop enough housing on an annual basis that we can start to move people from shelters into housing. So our target for the next foreseeable future is 100 units of additional housing, in addition to what is currently being worked on with the city and BC Housing the province. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. McCormick. Any questions? Not seeing any. Thank you. Much appreciated. Sorry,
Your Worship, Councillor Armstrong.
Councillor Armstrong, sorry, missed you.
Oh, hi. Thank you very much for your report. I noticed that you're tracking youth homelessness. Are we tracking seniors homelessness? Because we hear that there's a lot, well, through different providers. So is that not a thing we should be tracking as well?
Indeed, it is. We simply are just, we can't do everything at once, so we're doing our best to keep, so those areas are focal areas right now. It doesn't mean that it's not an area of concern. Just on that point, we have been working with the operator of the Sparrow, formerly Travelers Lodge, on trying to encourage members of the community who are over 45 years old to be placed in that facility. So we have worked with them on about 50 members of the community who we recommend would be great for that facility.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you for your report.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have 6 sets of committee minutes for receipt. The next is item 10, motion for adoption of consent items. If I could have that motion, moved Councillor Thorpe, seconded Councillor Manley. Any items anyone wants pulled? Not seeing any. All those in favor? And any opposed? None. Motion carries. Thank you. On to item 11, delegations unrelated to agenda items. The first is Brenna Wallace and Andrea Smith, the Brenna Wallace International Initiative Foundation Human Trafficking Safety Assessment. Good evening. If you could just introduce yourselves for the records when you get there, please, and you'll have 5 minutes, and when we get to 4 minutes, I'll let you know you have a minute left.
Awesome.
Thank you for coming tonight.
Thank you so much. I'm just going to give Andrea a second here to open her laptop, if that's all right. There we go. Hi, my name is Brenna Wallace. Good evening, Mayor and esteemed council members. Sorry. My name is Brenna Wallace, and I am a UNODC certified Canadian survivor of human trafficking and autistic lived experience expert.
My name is Andrea Smith. I'm also a UNODC certified in the Convention Against Transnational Organized Crime, UNODC being United Nations Organization of Drugs and Crime. Certified in the convention and its protocols there too. So we are here because we're deeply committed to the well-being and safety of those living in Nanaimo, and we want to introduce today, address for you a proactive proposal to enhance the protection of our community and its most vulnerable members.
As you know, ensuring the safety of our residents is paramount. We believe a crucial step in achieving this is to gain a clearer, more detailed understanding of the potential risks within our city. That's why we are proposing a collaborative partnership with the City of Nanaimo to conduct a local safety audit focused on preventing trafficking in persons and related exploitation.
So it isn't about creating alarm, but about being proactive on this issue and staying informed. So the local safety audit, as outlined in the guide that we provided for you and provided by the National Crime Prevention Center, offers a comprehensive step-by-step methodology to assess the specific dynamics in our city. And this includes developing a broad profile of Nanaimo, followed by in-depth research to understand potential for trafficking and exploitation within the local context.
Our team possesses the expertise to undertake this vital data collection. And by partnering with us and securing the necessary funding, the City of Nanaimo will gain invaluable insights in potential vulnerabilities affecting children, our vulnerable populations like our elderly and those with disabilities, as well as our Indigenous population. This evidence-based approach will allow us to develop targeted and effective prevention strategies, ensuring that resources are allocated where they are most needed.
So this local safety audit is not just a data gathering exercise, it's an investment in the safety and security of our entire community. And the information that we gather together will directly inform creation of a robust action plan tailored towards Nanaimo's specific needs that will prevent exploitation and offer support where it is needed the most.
We believe this partnership represents a significant opportunity for the City of Nanaimo to take a leadership role in safeguarding its residents. We are eager to answer any questions you may have and discuss how we can work together to make Nanaimo an even safer place for everyone.
And we thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you very much. That was 3 minutes. Councillor Gesselbrock, and then Councillor Perino, please.
Thanks, Mayor. Through you, thanks for the presentation. Just curious, sort of what entails doing the human trafficking safety assessment. How do you go about doing that, and what does it kind of look like? If, go ahead with our staff.
So first, we would have to form a core group of organizations and individuals who are listed in the manual. My brain just lost 5 of them, but one of them would be the mayor's office, the chief of police, social services, community services, organizations like ours that focus on anti-trafficking. And then we would be gathering the statistics of what are the demographics of Nanaimo when it comes to risk factors. So risk factors are things like
youth homelessness, kids that are out of community, people who have experienced sexual and physical abuse before, general homelessness, mental health and addiction. All of those are risk factors of exploitation.
So we would gather like how many people fit into these categories, where are services lacking in the community to address these issues, and how we can fix them, and build a plan. Like the core group would be building the plan off of the audit.
Great, thank you. Just through you, and does your organization coordinate that process?
Yes, we would.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perino, then Councillor Armstrong. Sorry, there we go. Hopefully.
Thank you, Your Worship. And a question through you. The assessment that you're planning to do, when do you think you'll be done, and can you send us a report?
Yes, it would involve a report that we would be giving to council.
Good.
And it takes approximately 6 to 12 months depending on how many people are working on the project and just how much data we have to go through.
So about a year from now, is that
Yeah.
the plan? Okay, good. Thank you so much. Great report. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you. Are you working with the school district on this at all so that we could be looking at what's happening with the youth in the community?
They would be involved in the process, yes. The school board would definitely be on our committee. Sorry. And for National Human Trafficking Awareness Day this year, I actually spoke at Cedar Secondary School, where I gave a presentation to the students on what human trafficking was and how they can report it and what they can do to help. And we did an interactive day, and the students here in Nanaimo are pretty smart and sharp because they got 21 out of 21 on their pop quiz at the end.
Thank you. Yes, we've had Kathy Peters here a lot in the community as well. And we're also partnered with, it was through Canada, the Canadian government, where there's a new program where we're going to be getting a lot of the information that you're already looking for free from one of the CREW partnerships. I think it's called CREW that we've got. So if I can connect with you after to give you more
Absolutely. I would be delighted to connect with you, Councillor Armstrong, as we also have the Education for Justice curriculum from the UN.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Councillor Armstrong. In order, Councillors Brown and Thorpe, please.
Thanks, Your Worship, and thanks so much for being here. And I'm just confused. Is there an ask for information, staff involvement, or financial support? I'm not clear on what the if there's a next step, what is the city's involvement and what needs to happen?
Yeah, so we are asking for city involvement, a representative on our advisory committee from the mayor's office. We are also looking to secure funding for the project from the city, and if they have any other recommendations of people from these other key stakeholder organizations that they would like to see on this committee as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Brown, Thorpe, rather, sorry.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you. I guess following up on Councillor Brown's question regarding your potential ask, two questions, because if the city was to get further involved, we would need to know, I think, more about your organization.
Absolutely.
So I note the title, the Rena-Wallace International Initiative. Have you been active in other communities, other countries?
I actually was in Nairobi, Kenya just back in October, and we partner with organizations in Kenya, India, Eastern Europe, Central Europe, as well as Asia.
And the United States.
And the US. We have quite a few connections into the US as well. But we work with victims in all of these countries where we help them find services.
Great, thank you. And my second question, if I may, is simply this: where could we find out more information on your organization? Is there a website?
We are in the process of building our website right now. We just hired somebody new to edit it, but we can definitely pass that on to you guys so you would have more information about who we are and what we do.
That would be useful, thank you.
And if you were to look my name up with Alberta, Canada, you would get all of the university summits that I've taught at over the last 5 years.
Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate the presentation tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Please. No, thank you. No. The next is Christopher Brown and Daniela Castle, Loudon Park Development. Good evening, welcome. If you can just introduce yourselves for the record when you're ready, and you'll have 5 minutes, and I'll let you know when 1 minute's left.
Just
Please.
do a mic check, right on, and forward and back, cool. Want to stand with me? Yeah. All right.
Please.
Okay, great. Good evening, Aitsquale, respected mayor and councils, and community members present. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Chris Brown, and I speak as a Rock City Neighborhood Association member and as a concerned citizen as part of the Save Loudon Park campaign. I became involved because Loudon Park's central green space is vital to our community. My family, including our young daughters, use the park year-round. It is where we connect with nature and the waterfront. It's become part of our lives. Many others feel the same and are deeply concerned about losing this cherished space. This waterfront green space and its mature trees is central to the park's identity and everyday use. We invite the council to consider viable alternatives that allow user groups to benefit without removing public parkland. The central green space has anchored Loudon Park since the early 1900s. Its west-facing exposure gives it fantastic late afternoon and evening sun. Thousands visit this park to relax, walk, and play. The gentle slope and access to the lake make it accessible to all. The mature trees offer vital shade during hotter summers, a refuge that cannot be replaced. This grove creates a welcoming, flexible space for families, allowing safe movement and sight lines between the playground, beach, and trees. It is the heart of Loudon Park. I hand the mic off to Danalia Castell to say a bit more about this.
Thank you. Greetings, everyone. I'm Danalia, a local nature consultant and social artist, also a member of the Save the Loudon Park campaign. I'm here to introduce the Family Portrait with Tree, a social art project that arose in response to Council's approval of Plan A. From April 24th to May 1st, I spent 2 hours daily at Loudon Park, speaking with over 80 park users and visitors. All agreed that the current building needs an upgrade and the boat storage needs cover. But there was a shared shock, especially from the teens who gather there regularly, that the Douglas fir trees will be removed. These family portraits are expressions of our relationship with this group of trees, not as scenery, but as living beings who shape our memories and sense of place. They are reminders that development decisions impact more than finances and infrastructure. They touch the relationships that make a place and a city feel like home. This situation does not have to be about competing needs. It's a chance to collaborate and find a solution that works for all. Back to you, Chris, for more quotes from users.
As a lifelong Nanaimo resident, I fondly remember summers spent at Long Lake, memories that I am now making with my child. And more quotes. Loudon Park has only 30 to 40,000 square feet of usable space. Option A would take 10,000 square feet of the most valued parkland immediately adjacent to the Central Beach area. This would severely affect how people move through and enjoy the park, disrupting sightlines and the park's open, welcoming feel. Option A removes all 29 mature trees in the Central Grove. This means losing shared public land at the park's core, the open layout that supports family use, vital tree canopy during extreme heat, and ultimately the park's character. We support paddle sports and want to see them grow. However, replacing open green space used by thousands with a restricted access facility is not a balanced use of such limited parkland. It doesn't provide a strong return to the wider community. Many are just learning of this plan, and even those who've seen it are shocked once they see the real footprint. Renderings are misleading, giving a false impression of the building's scale and impact. As awareness has spread, so has concern. 150 people gathered in the park to mark the footprint and flag-affected trees. Volunteers collected over 700 petition signatures door to door at the park, and an online petition has passed 1,000 signatures. And many folks in the gallery are here to support reconsideration tonight, wearing Save Loudon Park pins. Alternatives exist. There's our signatures. Alternatives exist that protect green space while meeting community and paddling needs at a lower financial and environmental cost. Some plans have already been proposed. We can find better solutions with collaboration and creativity, including adjacent properties. We can support paddle sports without sacrificing this shared space. Some youth voices from local high schools. The trees are our future. Why are you cutting them down? Trees house the many. Save the trees, save the many. Please reconsider the vote on option A. Choose a solution that protects the central green space and the trees while supporting the community and the paddling clubs. Let's make a plan that truly works for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Please. Thank you very much, but if it's an unpleasant speaker you don't agree with, I don't expect you to jeer. So if we can please maintain some decorum in this place, that would be nice. Thank you. Are there any questions for the delegation? I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much. Appreciate the presentation. The next is it's council's period. It's not your opportunity to ask questions of the delegation, but appreciate the interest. Lana Fitzpatrick, Reed Loudon Park Development. Ms. Fitzpatrick, if you could introduce yourself for the record, and both of you if you're both speaking, and you'll have 5 minutes, and again, I'll let you know when there's a minute left. Thank you.
Excuse me, does this advance the slides? Yeah, okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Lana Fitzpatrick, and this is Jess Kamen, and we're here on behalf of our community association, the Wellington Action Committee, or the WAC, as we call it, to ask council to reconsider their decision to build a 10,000 square foot boathouse and destroy Long Lake's public green space. There we go. Whoops, I went too far. See, sorry about that. There goes, there. It's been a long process. The City of Nanaimo went to great lengths to get public input from all user groups and residents between 2005 and 2010. That report, with a wealth of information, is on the City of Nanaimo website. There were several concepts put out in the report, but even in 2010, all of the concepts prioritized shaded community space as much as possible in accordance with public input. Once there was an approved concept, discussion began to find a practical and affordable solution for the design and construction phase of this project and to address safety at the lake.
For the next 9 years, it seemed the project had stalled and there was no public information or visible progress. Then in the fall of 2019, council approved a 5,500 square foot facility for $2 million that met the needs of the rowing club and other user groups. The boathouse development continued to be on the WAC's agenda for the next couple years, but all we found out was that the project had gone off in a different direction. We asked to be informed during the design and consultation process, to no avail, until 2021, when we were directed to the online survey. In 2019, a council motion directed staff to work with the paddling clubs to develop a design for the boathouse, and it did not include other user groups, setting in place an initial bias that left the broader park users out of the process. There were only 3 variations on the same centrally located footprint offered for public feedback in that survey. No options from the 2010 Loudon Park Improvement Plan were offered, and the survey results were flawed since it allowed you to vote more than once. The currently approved option A has not undergone any meaningful public consultation, despite the fact that WAC was respectfully and consistently asking to be involved. Most park users outside of the paddling clubs remain unaware of the plan's full scale and impact.
The renderings shown here for the approved facility are misleading, since they suggest that the trees will remain, and they also minimize the building size. In reality, the project's environmental footprint, including the concrete sidewalks, is much larger than the visuals imply. Note on the left, the tree removal area is very large. The decision-making process was definitely not transparent. In 2022-23, the WAC was repeatedly told that the largest option from the survey had been approved and finalized and was going out for tender at $4 million. Between last November 2024 and this February, the WAC made several more inquiries about the boathouse with no real response from the city until we received the staff report for decision right before the March Finance and Audit Committee meeting that proposed this so-called option B. At no point was the community made aware of option B before that meeting. After option B was recommended at that meeting, we thought that a compromise had been reached so that the boating clubs would get their new facility and the public green space would be mostly preserved. We were completely blindsided by the reversal of that recommendation and a new motion to return to option A, which passed 5-4. As you can see on the right here, option B has 2 separate structures with a lower loss of trees, and the public traffic flow is much improved. On option A, on the left, with its central footprint, it locates a playground as far as possible from the beach with no clear sight lines, and the public access from the parking lot to the beach and the dock is significantly hindered.
In closing, the large footprint of option A removes over 10,000 square feet of parkland. We've heard that several times tonight. And it's a huge departure from the 2010 concepts that had loads of public input and was passed twice by council. The community has always supported an improved boathouse facility. That's never been a question. But we also need Loudon Park to be preserved. How can we consider clear-cutting a public park in central Nanaimo that is free and accessible for everyone when the City of Nanaimo website says protecting the natural environment is a priority for the city and the community that lives here? We all know getting outdoors is beneficial for mental and physical health at all ages. A building does not make a park. Nature is priceless, and the trees provide an important environment for humans and wildlife, and it's irreplaceable and irresistible within our lifetime. We can do better. There are options that meet the needs of all user groups. Please save Loudon Park. It's Long Lake's public green space is Bill Loudon's legacy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please. Councillor Perino.
Thank you, Your Worship. If I could ask you a question, I'm just wondering, you had some great information about the past, and so I wanted to ask you a question about what you remember. Back apparently in 2021, the prior council voted in favor of a project at that time, which was, part of it was to remove 29 trees. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. And then again in 2022, which is this current council, I should also add that at the time, the entire council, which includes at least 4 members of this council, voted in favor of it at that time, back in 2021. And then back in 2022, it went forward again. I believe there was a survey, and you had talked about it in yours, but were you aware that then again, it was still 29 trees that were going to be removed?
Yes.
Okay, because we didn't hear from anything from you, and the council voted again in favor of the project back in 22.
Okay, I wrote letters and I talked directly with the Director of Parks and Recreation Park Group.
Thank you.
He told me it was done.
Okay, I just wanted to check. Thank you so much. Thank you, Worship.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any further questions. Appreciate this. The next is Heather Bates, Loudon Park Developments. Ms. Bates, I think you've heard the drill. 5 minutes, 1 minute when it's left.
Thank you.
Please.
My name is Heather Bates. Oh, I'll just wait for my presentation. There we go. Thank you. And I'm with the board of the Nanaimo Climate Action Hub. I'd like to start by thanking Council for their willingness to invest in quality infrastructure for our community, which is sorely needed. I grew up spending a lot of time outdoors, including paddling a canoe, and being in nature was a way of life. In fact, when I was 24 and we found out my dad didn't have much time left, he and I built a kayak together. There it is. So I do support the paddling community, and I really want to see those facilities upgraded. The thing is, the design that was approved on April 7th doesn't just upgrade the washrooms and provide the much-needed secure boat storage for the paddling clubs. It replaces the whole shaded waterfront park area with a 10,000 square foot building, favoring a small subset of the park users over the broader public. And although the building will be stunning to look at, there won't be much left of the actual park for us to use. All those beautiful shade trees shown in the architect rendering will be gone, and there will be no shade at the beach. I'm sure it would be lovely to rent that multi-purpose room for a party, but if I want to take my kids to Loudon Park after school or to go for a swim on a hot summer afternoon, and I didn't reserve that room, the only part of the building open to us will be the public washrooms and the outdoor showers. Based on the floor plan diagram, that's about 8% of the building area. The rest of it will be locked. If I didn't pay $180 a year for a family membership with the Canoe and Kayak Club, or $800 a year for rowing, or sign up for some specific program that day, the rest of the building is off limits to us. We can bike to Loudon Park, but if we have to go somewhere else, we have to take a car. The same is probably true for thousands of others who live in the area. Although this little park and the 29 trees on the line might not seem like much in the scheme of things, the Country Club area has just been designated as an urban center in the city plan, meaning we're aiming to increase density and walkability, including to nearby public green spaces. To quote the city plan, urban tree canopies, natural areas, and greenways are a fundamental part of the city's infrastructure and provide many benefits. They provide wildlife habitat, ecological services, reduction of urban heat island effects and climate resiliency, human health and safety, and community livability. In a 2021 survey, 91% of participants identified access to nature, parks, and open spaces as one of the top things they love about Nanaimo. I do support the use of our tax dollars to upgrade the amenities that the paddling clubs need, because I believe they offer some excellent programs. What I don't support is this footprint that meets the needs of their clubs at the expense of our already extremely limited public waterfront green space. The design that was approved puts everything under one roof in a sprawling single-story building that takes over the park. What if we instead built the needed facilities in the same place where the current facilities stand? Or built a two-story building that could achieve the same square footage in half the park space? If we chose to go forward with the option B design that puts the boat storage at the back of the park and a new washroom building where the old one is, we'd save over $4 million. Why not use that money to improve the aesthetics of the option B design if we don't like the look of a steel building? Or to build an indoor community space on another property if that's a key priority? I imagine we could rebuild the Departure Bay Activity Center quite nicely with those funds. Although many community organizations and nonprofits have expressed support for these upgrades, I would ask Council whether those organizations were fully aware of the placement of the building in the park and the size of the footprint relative to the waterfront area, and of the alternative design option that was available. I know some organizations that use the park for its shaded green space weren't consulted. For example, Nanaimo Science at Country Club runs day camps all summer, and they walk to Loudon Park with the kids so they can play in the shade every single day. Where will they go if this building goes up and there's no more shaded park?
1 minute.
We are not opposed to upgrading facilities at Loudon Park. We are asking for a reconsideration of the specific building design in consideration of the enormous loss this particular design would impose on our community. Loudon Park is a public space. It may be small, but it's got a beach and a lake and a grove of mature trees for shade and wildlife. Trees do not have locked doors, and they're for everyone all the time. I'd like to end by acknowledging the many people who came out to the council meeting tonight to show their support, the people who volunteered to canvass their neighbors, those who wrote into council, and those who signed the paper and online petitions. 779 signatures. Your desire for a more balanced alternative to meet everyone's needs is clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the council for the delegation? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. All right, we're on to reports. Evolve Shared E-Mobility Program Update and Expansion Plans. Mr. Rosen, please.
Good evening, Your Worship, Council. The Evolve Bike Share Program's been in operation for about a year. I think we've all seen the blue bikes in the corrals focused in the downtown. And I think by the operator's perspective and city staff, we believe it's been a success. So we have a staff report with some information for Mayor and Council.
Sir, please.
Never mind, Leonard. Go up and have your tantrum.
I might go home and have a stiff drink, even though I'd like to swear off alcohol when I have to deal with people like you, but I won't bother tonight. But thank you for the kind wishes. Good night. Mr. Rosen, please continue.
We have a representative from the Evolve Bike Share Program here today to provide a presentation and to answer some questions. And I'll introduce Mr. David Holzer. And over to you.
All right, sorry. If you're not prepared to stay here and be polite so that we can hear the speakers, this is a council meeting, this is not a town hall, then I suggest you politely leave or I'll ask you to leave, one or the other. I'm not interested in delaying the proceedings anymore tonight, though, because people can't control themselves. Just about all of us here are adults, and we should act accordingly. Now, Mr. Rosen has the floor, please, so let's hear him.
Sorry, Your Worship, I turn things over to Mr. David Holzer, the representative from the Evolve Bike Share Program.
Mr. Holzer, good evening. Welcome.
Thank you for having me here tonight. My name is David Holzer, Business Development Manager for BCAA's Evolve e-Bike Share. So tonight I want to go over a little bit of what's happened in the last year with our program and give you an update of sort of some of the key statistics of the program and how it's impacted the community. I want to then talk to you a little bit about what next year brings and some of the expansion plans that we are looking to do. So with that, let's get into last year. So at the time we put this report together, we weren't fully at a year. We had deployed 80 bikes into the community, and we had just under 6,000 trips with 2,400 people using the service, just under. The trips were about 3.1 kilometers and took about 17 minutes on average. So the impact of this, from launch to impact, we had a lot of strong ridership. We were very happy with what we saw. We had a great PR at our launch. So one of the big keys was how far people went. We had 27,000 kilometers ridden on our bikes in the first year. The reach was really, truly impressive. The amount of media and the amount of people that saw Evolve was really strong, and I'll get into that on the next slide. One of the bigger things, and it's right in the way, 50% of our trips replaced a car trip, so really helping towards that mode shift that we're looking for in the community. And 70% of users, when asked, we did a survey at the end of the year, said that it improved the overall experience of living here in Nanaimo. So really great results. More on a little bit of that footprint, we saw a lot of awareness of our program, not only our bikes being in the community, but through our PR activities, community events, social media, and many other things. So you can see that we had a great kind of awareness of the program, which is something we were looking to do. But really what we want to do is build connections with local community. So this entails us going out into community and doing a lot of events. So we went to Go by Bike Week, Pride. We also in August expanded to VIU, and we did some events with them. And all told, we distributed over 15,000 free minutes so people could try the system without having to pay. And those partnerships really are something that we'll continue to build on. Earlier this year in March, we launched a station at Hullo. We see this as an ideal partnership. People taking a passenger ferry need a way to get from the passenger ferry. The other thing that this did, and this was through our survey, was showed like a strong preference to buy local. So 55% of our trips resulted in a purchase at a local business. So helping people move around and giving people more options for mobility really does help people get out and into the community and therefore stimulate some economic growth. So we had really strong trends in local ridership, which was also great. 55% of our riders live here in Nanaimo. We had 37% of our riders be repeat, and considering this is the first year, that's a great number. Our monthly subscription, which is $10 a month, buys down the per minute rate to 10 cents a minute. So for people who want to use our service often, we saw 109 monthly subscribers at our peak. This is a bit surprising given it's the first year. So the other thing is our survey showed 77% feel it added value to the overall transportation system here in Nanaimo. Sorry, this one's a little janky. The last thing is around safety. We really pride ourselves on bringing a safe and reliable program to Nanaimo. We developed really strong procedures with our fleet management, and we put our fleet teams into the field quite often to ensure that the bikes are clean, in good shape, well maintained, and ready to use. So this led to quite significantly low rates of theft and vandalism. Only one bike was stolen. Only 8 bikes were vandalized in the last year. This is really good for a system such as ours, where we have bikes in the public 24/7. We also had amazingly high bike availability with 94%. So that meant when people showed up to rent a bike, there was a bike available for them. And finally, I'm happy to report there was no major accidents involving any of our bikes. And then in our survey, we had great results. 91% were satisfied with the safety and the operational features of our bikes. 82 were satisfied with bike availability, and we'll get to that with our expansion of zones, because it wasn't so much that the bikes weren't available at the station, it's that they wanted to go more places. And 86 were really happy with our cleanliness and functionalities. So that's last year, and I'm kind of moving a little bit quick because it's a late night. But now let's talk about next year. So we want to expand, and we want to bring another device into the fold, the e-scooter. So why would you adopt e-scooters? So they are much more popular. They have significantly higher usage rates, and they facilitate better mode shift results. So in other communities in BC, I pulled from staff reports, we see that 94% of trips in Coquitlam, which runs an e-scooter and e-bike program, were on the e-scooter. So over 2 years, they had 104,000 trips. So quite a significant preference to the e-scooter. Those trips will replace a car trip by 1/3 in Coquitlam. And in Kelowna, which has had an e-scooter and e-bike program for quite some time, they're reporting 48% of those trips. So the mode shift is there. You're seeing people use these devices rather than drive a car. And then again, we know that most of these are ending up in purchases of local businesses. So by bringing e-scooters, our goal here is to bring a program that is safe and accepted by the community and drive that mode shift that we just talked about. So how we'll do this is that we'll promote safe use of our devices and make sure they're properly parked, well maintained, ensure the pedestrian right-of-ways are taken care of. We'll provide speed-limited e-scooters, and we'll collect a lot of data from the community and assess that data and make changes to the program as we get it. So step one is really to launch with a small amount of e-scooters. 60 is our thought. This gives us time to put them in the community. We don't overload the community with devices, and as the demand for the devices grow, we add more. We use the same parking zone approach where the bikes and scooters can only, the bikes and the scooters can only start and end their trips in these parking zones that you see around town. And our hope is to launch here in June. Once we launch, you'll see us in the community doing additional events and engagement and marketing to promote how to use the devices and promote how to safely use those devices. I did want to flag with council the device we picked because there are certain safety features of the device that are important for you to know. One is the front tire. It's a 12-inch front tire. It's one of the largest in the industry, and this allows it to go over uneven ground and different grades of cement surfaces very safely. The other is the short platform. This discourages a double riding. It's wide, but it's not long, so people won't double ride, which is very dangerous. Every device, even though it's not shown in the picture, has a helmet at the top, so people will be encouraged to use that helmet. And then we also have a braille decal for those with vision impairment. If they come across a device that's not parked correctly or in their way, they can be able to contact us so we can move it. The other big important features of the scooter is the speed limit. We're limited at the same speed as our bike, 25 kilometers an hour. So, and then lastly, we have a call center based here in BC that can answer questions about the devices and respond to incidents or respond to anything right away. So once we expand to e-scooters, we also want to service more of the community. So we're planning a pretty significant expansion in 2 phases. We'll add 23 parking zones in total. Here's the legend, so hopefully you can see it. So the blue is the existing stations. Phase 1 is an expansion we'll do here in May before we launch the e-scooters, and then phase 2 will be the second expansion when we have the e-scooters. So this expansion really up north all the way to Dover is designed to sort of capitalize on some of the data and the trends that we saw in our system where more people were using the trips to head north up the E&N Trail. So we felt that it was time for us to really expand up that arm of the city and sort of bring bike share to the whole community in that way. With e-scooters, they'll be allowed to use any of these parking zones. They'll be allowed to take those trips, but some of those trips from downtown Nanaimo all the way to Dover are better actually ridden on a bike, and we suspect more people will ride bikes to take that trip because of the length of the trip. Yeah, so that's our expansion. Moving on. So when we expand...
Your Worship, sorry to interrupt. Councillor Armstrong has a question. I'm not sure if you want to take it now.
Councillor Armstrong, did you want to ask it now, or can you wait till the end of the presentation?
can wait to the end, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So when we expand to all these new parking zones and we bring on e-scooters, we'll also expand our daily operations. We'll increase the amount of time we have people in the field. We expect that we'll be out daily now, more often than we are today, swapping e-scooter batteries and batteries on the devices. We'll also time our shifts with when we expect the most demand, so we'll be in front of it to ensure that the stations are organized before peak hours. As trends develop, we will be able to react to those trends and reallocate devices from very popular places to ensure that the parking stations can handle the demand. And then all of this with our operations and contingencies, we have the ability to respond very quickly if there's an emergency situation with one of our devices. Within 20 minutes, we can scramble someone to be there and manage that. We'll also make some changes to our parking zones. In high demand parking zones where we're worried or where we suspect that maybe people might park incorrectly, we'll create more visual aids. So this might entail a bike rack or a painted box to increase sort of the awareness of where it is the proper place to park, because not everybody just looks at their app. And then we'll also update the signage to promote safety and proper bike and scooter parking. Our customer support will continue. We have our call center, as I mentioned before. They respond to all inquiries immediately, and they can allocate our resources out within 20 minutes to any kind of non-emergency report. We'll also increase a little bit of our user management behavior. We haven't had bad user behavior on the system, but with e-scooters, this is a concern that cities have. So we have a strict zero tolerance policy for dangerous riding. This would include sidewalk riding or tandem riding. We would not tolerate this if it was reported and we found that person to be doing that.
Not sidewalk riding, they can't go on.
There's voices from above. We also have warning and penalties for unauthorized parking, and with these systems, there is a little increased risk of fraud. We incorporate a more enhanced fraud detection system and immediately push them out. Safety education is obviously one of the biggest parts of this, and ensuring that a safe system is ridden safely. We want to foster this culture of safe and responsible riding. So we'll do this a lot through community events and through demonstrations. And like I said before, we'll update our signage at our stations. We're also creating and have created and will launch new education materials, both online and offline. And we will do a lot of social media to encourage people to ride properly. But mostly we'll be in the community giving people trial chances to ride it and showing them how safe riding works. When we launch, we have 3 main goals: build trust and awareness, engage in the community, and drive ridership and adoption, of course. And we'll do this through all these beautiful measures you see on the screen, which I've mostly highlighted already. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councillor Armstrong first, then Councillor Thorpe.
Sorry about that. That was me. I forgot to mute myself again. Thank you very much for the presentation. I think your e-bikes are awesome. I see a lot of people using them, and I don't see them, dropped wherever. I just happen to be in LA right now, and they're dropped. The e-scooters are dropped all over the place on sidewalks. People are tripping, mobility issues. A lot of talking to a doctor here. There's lots of injuries coming in because of e-scooters, and mostly head trauma. 40% were head trauma. So I have a concern around that. When you talk about it, you're going to have mandatory helmets for your users. Is that correct?
Yes, correct. Thank you for the question.
Okay. Yeah, and then my other question too, and you sort of touched on it. Would there be an app, or on your app, would they be able to look for like training and stuff? Because I don't know if one of my fellow councils will share how they went over the handlebars on a e-scooter in Calgary. So I'm really concerned about them, I'll be honest. Like, I do have a lot of concerns about it because they just drop them. Like any place, like, here, like right by the hospital, like I'm walking to the hospital and there's e-scooters all over the place in the middle of the sidewalks. And they're not getting picked up in a timely manner. Like, how fast would you be able to pick them up once they're dropped?
So just, you had a couple questions in there, so let me.
Yeah, sorry.
So because we operate a station-based system, there is a penalty for leaving the bike or the scooter outside of a parking zone. So the designated parking zones will still exist in the community today. So what you're seeing in LA is what they call a free-floating system where people can drop them anywhere. This is not the system we're running here in Nanaimo. So it costs a lot of money to be careless with our bikes and our scooters and leave them outside of these parking zones. And what we're seeing is a really strong response. Abandoned bikes are very, very low today, and we suspect that it'll stay the same with e-scooters because, again, the idea is you don't want to have to pay for just leaving your e-scooter anywhere. That being said, we do have the ability to respond if a e-scooter or a bike is left in the right-of-way, that's especially the pedestrian right-of-way, pretty quickly, like in peak operating hours with our teams, we can scramble them within 20 minutes. Overnight, if we need to get to something, if it's really like a dangerous scenario for our device, we have contingencies to get out in that same period of time. So I hope that answers your question. I hope I got all your questions answered there.
Yeah, you did. Thank you very much. And I will say, like, I've found, like, I've talked to your staff on numerous occasions. You guys have always been very responsible, and I think you're a great corporate citizen, and it is needed. And I mean, it's something that we can look at. I'll have a question for staff after, but whether they're ridden on sidewalks or on the roads. So, but thank you very much, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Councillor Armstrong. Councillor Thorpe, please.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Holzer. A couple of questions, and excuse my ignorance, but I'm curious about the what I'll call the business model for this. BCAA sponsors the program. Is it designed to be a for-profit initiative?
So BCAA is a not-for-profit organization, and really this is designed to just serve British Columbians more and move British Columbians more. And what we're seeing is the BCAA is transitioning to not just offering services for people that drive cars, but to offering services for all British Columbians, whether you drive a car or not. So that's really at the heart of this and at the heart of our initiative.
Okay, and I guess if I may, Your Worship, a follow-up to that. We're talking about an expansion of the program, and may I address a question to Mr. Rosen at this time?
Yes, and I have a question for Mr. Holzer, but please,
Thank you.
Mr. Rosen.
I think it's more directed to Mr. Rosen, and that is basically what is the cost to the city for supporting this program and its possible expansion, roughly.
So through your worship, Councillor Thorpe, the cost of the city is absolutely nominal. There's some staff time to support things like the staff report and to support like a liaison with Evolve, other than allocating some space in the public realm, and there's a nominal transactional fee there associated with the license agreement. But essentially, it's some staff time for the most part and the allocation of some space.
Okay, thank you, and that's the answer I was hoping for. That's the answer I thought I would get. I do support this concept, and I hope it's successful. When I read your report, I have to say I was quite surprised, and I don't mean this in an unkind way, but I'm being quite honest. I virtually have seen 0 people using these bikes. When the program first started, I saw a couple, and since then I honestly have not seen them in use. So I'm glad to read in your report that they are getting good use. Obviously, I'm not traveling in the right circles on the right roads or keeping my eyes open. But thanks for being here, and good luck to you in the program.
Thank you, Councillor Thorpe. I just wanted to inquire, how many bikes were available in the city?
At its peak, we had 80 in the summertime. Now, we do size that down over the fall and winter when there's less demand for the service.
Was there a marked difference between use in the summer and the winter?
Oh yeah.
Well, how marked? I expected a change, but...
Yeah. Yes, I mean, in the summer when it's beautiful to ride and it's warm and it's easy to ride out, we see much more use than we'll see in the fall and winter. But that being said, like, this was our first year, and as people become more reliant on our service and decide to use it as an alternative to move around, we expect that usage through even the fall and the winter months, because there are still great days to ride in those times, to increase. And we will endeavor to try and promote those services over those other times of years as well.
Very good. Thank you. Councillor Manley? Looks like we're having technical problems again.
There you
Here we
go, yeah. Thank you. I appreciate the larger wheel on the scooter. At least I think I might. So I'm curious, just so when these are in use, it's only when they're in use that they're actually charged for. So if somebody was, say, biking up to Piper's Lagoon or Neck Point or something like that, when the bike is parked, if it's not parked in a zone, because I noticed that those areas weren't areas that were covered in North Nanaimo, would they be charged for the time that they're just sitting there while they're at the beach?
Yes, yeah. So people can use them, and we see this, that people will use them for a longer period of time. We have an hourly rate and do a stopover in a place that doesn't have a parking zone. We also get that feedback, right, from our riders that they would like parking zones here and there and elsewhere, and that helps us expand the system over time. So that's why we're expanding north. We got a lot of feedback to go north, so we start there, and these systems evolve over time. Sorry, it's a bad pun, but these systems iterate over time, and we continue to find more places that people want to go and continue to add those as demand grows for the program.
Okay, so they have to be parked in the zone to stop the payment process?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. I think that's everyone. Mr. Holzer, much appreciated. Thanks very much. Ms. Gurry, I note it's 9:15. 10-minute break, and please, council, 10 minutes, no more. Thank you.
Around every corner and under every corner, the city has assets, infrastructure that quietly adds convenience to our day-to-day living. From the pipes that carry our water and wastewater, to the roads that we walk, cycle, and drive on, to the amazing parks facilities that keep us active. We depend on this infrastructure without really thinking about its upkeep. That is, until something goes wrong. In April 2020, the water main that runs beneath Bowen Road broke and burst in a big way.
I don't think there's anything we depend upon in this community more than our water supply. We have dams, we have a reservoir, we have a water treatment plant, we have big water trunk mains and distribution mains, fire hydrants, and all kinds of other pieces of infrastructure totaling $1.5 billion that all bring water to our 100,000 residents. We have to be really careful to plan and make sure that that system is robust and resilient so that nobody's ever without water.
The water main on Bowen Road was quickly repaired, and recognizing that the entire water main was at risk, a plan was quickly moved forward to replace it with the Midtown water supply, a new seismically safe water main built for future growth and expected to last for nearly a century. A parallel and backup water main has also been installed and can be used whenever the main line needs repairs.
When we plan to replace our assets, our underground infrastructure, our facilities, all of those sorts of things, we want to make sure we're future-proof as possible. We're really looking out for the long-term best interest of the community. And so we want to make sure that the infrastructure is resilient, it's hardened, and it has sufficient capacity for growth, for unpredictable events such as earthquakes or wildfires. And we want to make sure that we're protecting the environment as much as possible.
Making smart, modern improvements and focusing on sustainability applies to all of the city's asset management planning, regardless of a project's scale.
As our infrastructure ages and it becomes time to replace it, because that's really part of the asset management life cycle, we always strive to replace with newer technology, more effective, more efficient fixtures, or even enhancing and taking advantage of newer technology. So a few examples would be LED streetlights, replacing the old high-pressure sodium, very environmentally invasive, with LED much more focused and much less cost of electricity. Another example would be the boilers in our pools. We're getting away from the intensive GHG gas boilers and shifting more and more to electric, and still using the old ones as backup. Another great example that we'd like to point to, it's been really relatively under the radar for the last 10 years, is at our number 1 reservoir, we actually, as we fill the reservoir, generate electricity and sell that back to the grid to the tune of about $100,000 a year.
Even with the city's best planning, the unpredictable can happen, such as the water main break on Bowen Road. Planning for the unexpected is one more reason why the city maintains an asset management fund. With $4.8 billion in infrastructure, planning and budgeting for the future is crucial to keep Nanaimo healthy.
So a huge part of planning ahead involves determining how much money is needed to fund the replacement of assets, and the city uses long-term planning to do that.
The city has 3 asset management funds that help with long-term infrastructure planning. One for water, one for sewer, and a general asset management fund.
So the contributions to the 3 asset management reserve funds help to smooth out the impact on property taxes and user fee increases when replacement is needed.
You know, for the last 10 or 12 years, Nanaimo's council has been really supportive in annual contributions and increasing approximately 1% of taxes every year dedicated to asset management to ensure that our funding to replace our old assets remains sustainable.
As Nanaimo is one of the fastest growing cities in BC, the demand on our infrastructure is growing right along with it. This makes long-term planning more important now than ever.
Without that contribution to asset management reserves, we wouldn't be able to ensure that the services Nanaimo continues to rely on and appreciate and enjoy would be able to be sustained.
Starting up a short-term rental in the city of Nanaimo? From marketing to pricing to your business platform, there's a lot of pieces to the puzzle. One piece that you won't want to miss is your short-term rental business license. Puzzled? We're here to help. A short-term rental is the rental of a living space for a period of less than 30 days back-to-back. By following the guidelines of the Short-Term Rental Operators Guidebook, short-term rental operators may qualify for a business license without hurting the long-term rental market in Nanaimo. It's also about being a great neighbor. By getting a short-term rental business license, it's like saying, hey, I promise that my guests will have a dedicated space to park in and that they won't be too noisy. This is, after all, a very respectable establishment. To learn more about the City of Nanaimo's short-term rental guidelines, or if you need a hand getting started with your business license application, connect with us. We're here to help.
Terminal Avenue is the gateway to downtown Nanaimo, and whether you're arriving from the north or the south, it's the first impression of Nanaimo's downtown. While the first impression isn't anything to celebrate yet, positive change is underway, growing from the efforts of grassroots organizations and the vision of Nanaimo's community. A better Terminal Avenue gateway is being created. In the early coal mining days, Terminal Avenue wasn't a roadway. In fact, it wasn't even land. It was a tidal inlet and regularly filled with ocean water. Throughout the coal mining days, the inlet was a depository for coal mining tailings. As time passed, the inlet vanished and new land formed. Through the 20th century, Nanaimo continued to grow, and along with it, the city's transportation needs. The corridor of new land became Terminal Avenue and a part of the Trans-Canada Highway, routing travelers through the heart of Nanaimo's downtown. Over time, more and more people came, more cars filled the streets, and we ended up with the highway-oriented Terminal Avenue that we see today. With the creation of the Nanaimo Parkway in the 1990s, a highway that bypassed the city, Terminal Avenue no longer needed to be just an auto-oriented streetscape meant to move cars quickly through the city, and new potential for the area came to light. In 2016, the Downtown Nanaimo Business Improvement Association, together with the city and the Ministry of Transportation, undertook Terminal Nickel Reimagined, a process that invited the community to help create a toolbox of ideas to improve the streetscape. Now those tools are being put to work, and that work began beneath the Bastion Street Bridge when it was given seismic upgrades. New art integrates with the bridge supports and adds a moment of color to the streetscape. Another step comes with the construction of a beautified streetscape and park spaces along Terminal Avenue between Esplanade and Commercial Street. Following that, a big stride forward will come with a new downtown transit exchange on Terminal Avenue, which will expand multimodal connectivity in the heart of downtown. And we're poised for a giant leap when Terminal Avenue streetscape upgrades are extended through downtown all the way to Stewart Avenue. Back in 2015, residents were asked to share their greatest fear for the future of Terminal Avenue. That fear? Nothing will change, and the challenge of achieving an active and attractive gateway to Nanaimo is insurmountable. Those fears were heard, and the challenge accepted. Today we're reimagining Terminal Avenue as a walkable, green, and beautiful downtown street.
And I'm Wish Cycling.
Wish, I have to say, I'm really loving your t-shirt.
Well, I do love recycling.
Stop it, you're gonna make me blush.
Absolutely. Wait, no, not you recycling. I heart recycling. I like you, but I love the act of recycling. I put everything in the blue cart.
I don't know if you understand the blue cart completely. Have you ever heard of contamination?
Oh yeah, that's when your Brussels sprouts touch your mashed potatoes.
No, that's brumotactylophobia.
You lost me.
Recycling contamination happens when things that can't be recycled end up in your blue cart.
Oh, like Brussels sprouts.
No, I'm talking about recyclables, like packing foam or glass or soft plastics. Things that can't be sorted at the depot. If these things end up in the truck on pickup day, then it contaminates the whole load, and then the whole load is trash.
Oh, I don't heart trash.
Exactly. That's what wish cycling actually is. It's putting something in your blue cart and then just expecting that someone's there on the other end to sort it. The truth is, our sorting process doesn't allow for wish cycling.
What was that?
It's the sounds of the machines grinding to a halt at the recycling depot. If soft plastics get into the sorting belts, then the entire process comes to a halt.
Soft plastics can do that?
Sure can. That's why your blue card is only for packaging and paper products.
Oh, I see. PPP.
Exactly. You still love recycling?
I sure do. I heart recycling.
That's my name.
And if Councillor Manley is somewhere? Yeah, we can get Councillor Armstrong back up on screen if she's still there. Let's proceed then. The next is the 2025 State of the Nanaimo Economy Report. Ms. Mercer, you're going to introduce it, and then Ms. Manhas is going to take us through it, I expect.
Thank you, Your
Please.
Worship. So every year, our Economic Development Officer, Ms. Manhas, produces an annual update on the state of the economy for Nanaimo. And she is here to provide you with a short presentation highlighting some of the key messages in this year's report. And I think you'll find the information really interesting in the report. So I will pass it over to Ms. Manhas to walk you through it.
Thank you very much, Ms. Manhas. Good evening and welcome. Had a chance to read it earlier. Excellent.
Can you hear me all right? Oh yeah, there, that's better. Good evening, Your Worship and Council. Thanks for the opportunity to present the 2025 State of Nanaimo Economy Report. While you have the full comprehensive report, I'm just going to go over some of the few highlights, really high-level themes. And let's get on to our first slide here. So the graph on the left that you see shows City of Nanaimo's population since 2006. For 2024, Nanaimo's population is estimated at 110,591. And over the next 5 years, our population is expected to grow by another 9,500 to over 120,000 residents. While our overall population is growing, so is the visible minority representation in our population. For example, in 2019, our visible minority population was around 11.8% of the total population. That has moved to 14.4% in 2024. Nanaimo also has a higher concentration of Indigenous residents, 8.2% compared to 5.9% in BC and 5% in Canada. And on the right-hand side there, you see a population growth rate chart for the City of Nanaimo, Regional District of Nanaimo, and BC, and it shows the last 5 years as well as the projections for next 5 years. Population is still going to be growing steadily, but the rate of growth is going to be slower over the next 5 years compared to what it was for the last 5 years for the city, for the RDN, as well as the province of British Columbia. This graph shows Nanaimo's age distribution for 2024, and the line above that you see, it shows the population projection for 2029. We'll see growth in all of the different age categories in terms of total numbers. However, you see there that there's a slight decline in the 0 to 14 age group as a portion of the total population, so that's going to move from 13% to 12%. The 65 plus category is increasing from 24 to 25% by 2029. Our population is aging. Our median age has decreased between 2019 and 2024 as we had influx of younger people moving here. However, this trend is expected to reverse over the next 5 years, with the median age projected at 44.4, which is pretty close to where it was in 2019. The 25 to 64 age groups will grow by near 5,200 residents as well. These residents play a key role in driving economic productivity, consumer spending, demand for housing, essential services like childcare, transportation, and healthcare. This is Nanaimo's age pyramid by sex at birth, showing a relatively balanced gender distribution. The largest segments of the population fall within the early and later working years, so those are the 25 to 64 age categories. Male and female percentages are fairly balanced across most of those working age groups, with a slight female majority in the 60 plus age range. And this partly reflects the fact that females have a higher life expectancy as well. The median age of females in the City of Nanaimo is 3.7 years higher than males. In 2024, the City of Nanaimo had 45,930 households, and that's expected to increase by 8% over the next 5 years, which is a growth slightly higher compared to the last 5 years. In the last 5 years, it was around 7.28%. So in terms of trends that we're seeing, one-family households are the dominant type. Multi-generational and multi-family living arrangements are still pretty rare in Nanaimo. There will also be a slight increase in one-family households with additional occupants by 2029. This really emphasizes the need for housing that supports shared living arrangements. Non-family households will increase slightly as well by 2029. And in this group, there's a significant number of single-person households, And among those, seniors that are age 65 plus living alone in 2024 represent 12.7% of households, and that's going to increase to 14.26% by 2029. And of course, the implications of that is really rising demand for diverse, affordable, and accessible housing. These are families in the city of Nanaimo. So in 2024, we had 29,972 families, and that's an increase of 7.8%. That will increase by 7.8% over the next 5 years. And that's growth that's a little bit higher than what we saw in the last 5 years, which was around 7%. And in terms of trends, married couples are the most prevalent family type in the city of Nanaimo. And the outlook for married and common law couples is stable over the next 5 years. We're going to see growth in lone parent families as well, particularly those led by females. At present, 3/4 of the lone parent families are female-led. In terms of children by family type, lone parent families predominantly have one child, and it's rare for them to have 3 or more children. When you look at the couple families, they're nearly evenly divided between having 1 or 2 children, and only 14.1% of them have 3 or more children. Another trend we're seeing is younger children, like 20 plus, living at home is increasing. And this is likely a combination, and I know you're probably smiling at the fact that they're called children, but that's the definition of Census Canada. Even if you're over 20 and you're living with your parents and you don't have any children of your own living in the same household, you're defined as a child. So that is likely due to affordability challenges, as well as some of these people, young adults, might be getting higher education, and therefore they're trying to reduce their rent payment while staying with their parents. Some of them might also be caregiving as well. This is Nanaimo's housing stock in 2024. And what we're seeing here is shifts from housing to apartments. No surprise there. We see that in our building permit stats each year as well. Single-family homes represented 62.1% of housing in 2019, and that will decline to 58.9% by 2029. And at the same time, we're seeing the share of households that are living in apartments is forecasted to rise from 35.3% in 2029 to 38% by 2029. Sorry, that was from 2019 to 38% in 2019 or 2029. A clear movement towards urban densification. So in that 10-year period, we're moving from 35.3% to 38% of households living in apartments. We're also seeing rental growth. In the 10-year period between 2019 and 2029, the total number of rented households is expected to grow by nearly 23%. Condos that are currently represent a smaller portion of Nanaimo's housing, they really represent about 16.5% of housing in 2024. Most of those are owner-occupied. So 10.2% are owner-occupied and 6.3% are rented. So we can see that condos sort of serve a dual purpose in terms of affordable ownership as well as rental opportunities. A large share of Nanaimo's housing stock is also aging, with 37.5% of the homes being built before 1980. This, of course, presents opportunities for maintenance, renos, as well as potential redevelopment. So Nanaimo's housing market is certainly undergoing a great transformation, represented by shift towards apartment living, growing demand for rental properties, the expansion of the condo sector, and an aging housing stock. This is business licenses in the city of Nanaimo. We had 6,991 businesses that were licensed in the city of Nanaimo, and this was an increase of 8.3% from 2023. This was driven largely by new legislation that required short-term rentals to be licensed. We're also seeing consistent growth in businesses that have one or more employees. In fact, over the last decade, we saw 13% growth in businesses that have one or more employee. Most of the businesses in Nanaimo are small. 86% of them have between 1 to 19 workers. We also have really strong local ownership. 70% of the Nanaimo businesses are locally owned and operated. And this, of course, fosters economic resilience, community investment, as well as keeping profits circulating within Nanaimo. 36% of our businesses are home-based. This reflects strong entrepreneurial spirit, as well as enabling local legislation. Now, we would like to see these businesses, of course, over time move into commercial spaces as well. And so I think it would be important to look at this a little bit closer to see over time which businesses are actually moving into commercial spaces. Do they have scalability? I do know that quite a few of the businesses in Nanaimo are, they're mom and pop shops. They want to stay small, so they remain small, so they choose that as a lifestyle choice. But there might be a certain number of businesses that have the opportunity to scale up, and it would be interesting to find out what might be stopping them from scaling up. Is it lack of affordable commercial space, et cetera? So it would be good to sort of delve into that a little bit more, and I think we can do that in the future if there's interest. We also have diverse business models. 10% of the businesses are branch offices of larger headquarters in Nanaimo. And this, of course, presents connections to larger business networks in other communities. We also have 4% of our businesses as franchise operations. 45% of the businesses in Nanaimo rent their premises. Data for business bankruptcies is only available at the Vancouver Island Coast level, not at the City of Nanaimo level. And we saw a spike in 2023, and that remained pretty high in 2024 as well. And this was somewhat expected after post-pandemic as government supports dried up. Businesses are also facing higher input costs, including labor costs as well. But there are new programs that are coming down from the government that are looking to help with this, including...
Excuse me, sir, the back of the room. I trust you're not recording. Your light's on. Sends a bad signal to the chair. Sorry, Ms. Manhas, please continue.
Thank you. This is a look at development permit values. There was a slowdown in overall development activity in 2024. The value of building permits was $203.4 million, a drop of 44% from 2023. The biggest decline was in residential construction. That was really because there was slower housing and development happening in 2024. Non-residential building permits, which includes commercial, industrial, as well as public, they actually contributed 24.4% of the total building permit values in 2024, which is an increase of 3.3% from 2023. Higher interest rates, rising construction costs, and inflation led to the slowdown in 2024. As inflation levels declined, the Bank of Canada introduced a series of interest rate cuts, and we started to really feel their effects more towards the end of 2024. In 2024, more inventory came onto the market in all housing types in Nanaimo. We saw both sales and prices of single-family homes and condos and apartments were pretty stable between 2024 and 2023. There was only a difference of between 1% to 2%. Sales for row and townhouses were 10% higher in 2024. When we look at the Metro Victoria or Metro Vancouver areas, they experienced pretty subdued real estate markets as well. And the outlook for 2025 across BC remains pretty cautious. On the upside, we have affordability measures like extended amortization periods for first-time buyers and updated property transfer tax thresholds that have improved accessibility, and that combined with lower interest rates now should encourage more buyers to enter the market. But on the downside, we have home prices that are still fairly high. We also have economic uncertainty around trade policies, which will limit activity as people tend to be more cautious. Consumer confidence as well as business confidence gets lower when there's uncertainty. When we look at the first quarter of 2025, home prices in BC are 5.6% lower compared to the first quarter in 2024, and in Greater Vancouver, 5.9% lower in the same time period. Nanaimo is showing modest growth in prices and sales, so quite different from what's happening in the Lower Mainland. In 2024, Nanaimo's rental market saw higher rents, increased vacancy rates, and more available units year over year. Rent increased across all unit types. Average rent increased by 6.3% from 2023. We saw the largest increases in bachelor units. They increased by 9.9%, followed by 3+ bedroom units. They increased by 7%. Vacancy rates also increased slightly. They increased from 2.7% to 2.9%. The largest increases we saw were in 2-bedroom unit types. They increased from 2.6% to 3%, followed by 1-bedroom units, which increased from 2.9% to 3.1%. The 3+ bedroom units, they remain pretty tight at 0.9% vacancy, although that was a huge improvement from the year before when vacancy was at 0%. We also saw expansion in rental supplies, so total rental units grew by 9.7%. So we added 480 new units in 2024, and most of these new units were 1-bedroom apartments, and followed by 2-bedroom apartments, really reflecting the high demand for smaller rental spaces. In Metro Vancouver and Metro Victoria, after 2 years of sharp increases, rent growth also moderated in 2024. Vacancy rates and rental stock expanded in Vancouver, Victoria, as well as British Columbia. So overall, there's a slight easing of the rental market, with increased supply contributing to higher vacancy rates and slower rent growth. However, affordability remains a challenge, as many of the newly built units are priced beyond the reach of average renters. Nanaimo's unemployment rate declined slightly to 4.7% in 2024, while Vancouver Island Coast, BC, and Canada saw increases in their unemployment rates. Nanaimo's labor force shrank by 1% last year, while Vancouver Island Coast saw a 5.6% increase, as well as BC saw an increase of 2.2%. Reasons for Nanaimo's participation rate declining could include early retirements, discouraged workers. So discouraged workers are when you sort of have a mismatch between skills and jobs. And we really did hear this from actually on the ground from personnel from Work BC. They're seeing more and more people looking for jobs, but there is a mismatch between what's available. And so a lot of these people are taking advantage of a lot of the programs that the government is putting on for retraining purposes. So there's a movement in that right now as well. Labor force dynamics are reflecting economic challenges like the slower economy and job creation. In Canada, a healthy unemployment rate is between 4% to 5.5%. That really ensures that there is a good balance between people who are looking for jobs as well as business sustainability. As of March 2025, in BC, the unemployment rate was 6%, so higher than that. What's considered healthy, it's higher than what's considered healthy, but not that much higher. And in Canada, it was 6.7%. So we're certainly seeing a slowing of the economy. And Nanaimo's labor force replacement ratio is 0.70 in 2024, which is basically 0.7%. It's really the difference between people who are entering the workforce and people who are exiting the workforce. So if it was 1, that would mean the number of people that are retired, there's equal number of people that are going to be entering the workforce as people that are retiring. So we certainly have that shortage there, but some of that can be made up by technological advances as well, but it's certainly something to be paying attention to. This is look at employment by industry sector for Nanaimo versus British Columbia. This gives us really good information about how diverse our economy is in comparison to British Columbia. Nanaimo and BC have similar levels of employment when we look at construction, education, and public administration. And where we see key differences is Nanaimo has a higher healthcare and social assistance employment, 16% compared to BC at 12%. We also have a lower professional, scientific, and technical employment, 6.5% compared to BC at 9.2%. We also have lower manufacturing employment, 3.5% compared to BC at 6%. So Nanaimo's economy leans more on healthcare and retail, while BC has stronger knowledge-based sectors like technology, manufacturing, and finance. We have a relatively diversified economy. However, further diversification of our economy would mean expanding jobs in science, high technology industries, advanced manufacturing, essentially STEM-related jobs. This is a look at Nanaimo's household income distribution over a 10-year period, 2019 to 2029. What we see here is that there's a decline in the number of households in the lower income brackets. Nanaimo households earning less than $60,000, shrinking from 42.4% to 24.7%. BC households that are earning less than $60,000 drops from 49.8% to 34.2%. We also see a significant growth in households in high income brackets in this period. Nanaimo households earning greater than $100,000 increases from 32.9% to 51.6%. BC households earning greater than $100,000 increases from 39.4% to 56.5%. Also, Nanaimo households that are earning more than $200,000 grows from 6.1% to 16.7%. So Nanaimo is becoming wealthier over time, a trend that's consistent across the province. BC has maintained a slightly higher proportion of high-income households throughout this period, which is consistent with the fact that on average, BC's education levels are higher than Nanaimo's as well, especially when you look at post-secondary or bachelor level or higher education levels. So rising incomes and household growth for Nanaimo will likely increase demand for a mix of housing types and demand for enhanced recreational and cultural amenities. Generally, when people have more wealth, they want those kinds of amenities. The decline in lower income households highlights the potential affordability challenges for the working class as well as those on fixed incomes. The shrinking low income bracket suggests that rising housing and living costs may be pushing out lower income households, and this can impact community diversity as well as the service sector employment. So certainly something to keep in mind as we move forward. When we look at sources of income for Nanaimo, Nanaimo's share of employment income is lower than BC. Ours is 63.5% of our income comes from employment sources. For BC, it's 69.4%. We also have a greater reliance on pension incomes compared to BC. We did see a positive shift, though, in employment income over the last 5 years, when we saw younger people moving into our community. In 2018, for instance, the income from employment was 62.8%, and that moved to 63.5% by 2022. In Nanaimo, the low-income measure for 2024 is $45,000 per household. So this is a living wage, which is the hourly pay one needs to cover basic expenses like housing, food, as well as transportation and childcare. It's after taxes, and it doesn't take into consideration savings or paying your debts or anything like that. And in province like British Columbia, cost of living varies quite widely. And at $23.79 an hour, living wage for Nanaimo was the lowest of the communities that were reviewed on Vancouver Island and Coast Region for 2024. So what we see is communities like Clayoquot Sound, Victoria, they have the highest living wages, and this is due to expensive housing. For instance, Victoria has the highest housing costs on Vancouver Island, and seasonal demand for tourism is quite high, and communities like Tofino have a fairly small rental market as well. Port Hardy and Powell River, they sort of fall in the mid-range. Housing is more affordable there, say, compared to Victoria, but they're still rising. And transportation and food costs are higher. And more rural and resource-based economies also have limited job markets as well. Nanaimo and Comox Valley tend to have lower living wages, and this is due to relatively affordable housing. And I say relatively because we are, people would argue whether it's affordable or not, but relative to Victoria and some of the other markets, it's more affordable. We also have more housing in Nanaimo because if you're not building enough each year, of course, that drives up the cost of housing when there's limited supply. This is a look at consumer spending in the city of Nanaimo, which was estimated at over $5 billion for 2024. The table here shows you what an average household spends on a good or service, and then the total spent in that category, and then the index. The index is for the national average, so really how we compare to the national average. And the categories that stand out for Nanaimo is the average household in Nanaimo spent 7% more on shelter, it's reflective of higher costs of shelter, 6% more on food, 5% more on household furnishings and equipment, really pointing to the strong retail and home improvement market we have here, 6% more on gifts of money and contributions, reflecting our community's values and charitable giving. And categories where we spent less, 32% less in personal taxes. And we see that income taxes are progressive, so communities that have lower median incomes, they fall into the lower tax brackets. We have more retirees here, we have more government transfers coming in. A lot of those are non-taxable sources of income. If a community has more seasonal workers or part-time workers, they generally have lower incomes as well. So that will mean you're paying lower income taxes. 15% less in transportation costs as well. Part of that is compact geography that we live in, and our commute is shorter to jobs, schools, and services, et cetera, in our community. So in terms of spending, in Nanaimo, the balance of discretionary and non-discretionary spending is showing a relatively stable economic profile. Higher shelter costs can be a concern, but when we're seeing discretionary spending above and near benchmarks in other areas, that suggests that our residents have some flexibility in terms of incomes. And this is my concluding slide. So in concluding, Nanaimo's demographic landscape is evolving with implications for housing. So anticipating increased demand for smaller units, particularly for seniors and smaller families. For health and social services, continued investment in healthcare, senior services, long-term care, preventative health, and active aging programs. For the labor market, development programs to retain and attract workers to balance the younger with the aging population. This means targeting programs for workforce development, succession planning, and mentorship to maintain industry stability. We also have a lower share of STEM graduates in Nanaimo compared to the BC average. That limits our ability to attract high-tech industries and innovation-driven businesses. So encouraging STEM education and IT workforce development can further boost diversification as well as encourage tech-based job creation in Nanaimo. Focusing on growing sectors like finance, technology, and advanced manufacturing to diversify the economy would be really beneficial for us. Those are high-wage sectors, and of course, they lead to long-term economic resilience. Child and youth services, so retaining and supporting young families to ensure balanced community growth, incorporating accessibility features in transportation and urban design to meet the needs of an aging population. That concludes my presentation. Thank you for your time and your attention, and I'll open it up for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Manhas. Councillor Perino, please.
Very quickly, Your Worship, a question, not a question, just a comment that I was pleased to see that the greatest growth in our population was by people 25 to 44, so way to go. Future generation, thank you.
Wish I could shrink back to that. Councillor Hemmons.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Ms. Manhas. I'm always impressed with the breadth of your reports, and I kind of wish we could chew on them a little longer than we do because there's so much in there. I'm particularly interested in the connection between the statistics around the economy and the housing needs in Nanaimo. I heard you say that the new units, which we are building a number of, are beyond the reach of medium income holders, and I'm curious about that, and I'm curious about the seniors who need smaller places and then are vacating these larger homes. So I don't know that I have a question here so much as probably I might suggest to council and to the CAO that we unpack this more fully at a GPC, and perhaps we bring in some other experts around economy and housing so we can drill into that specifically, because I think it's something that we're all very interested in. So just flagging that. Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing any further questions, Ms. Manhas. Much appreciate the report.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next item C is the 2025-2029 Financial Plan Bylaw Amendment. Ms. Mercer, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. So staff have been making updates to the provisional budget that Council adopted back on January 20th. So the financial plan has been updated as more current information has been received. And staff have also updated the plan to include anything the Council's approved in the last 4 months. The most recent changes came at the April 16th Finance and Audit Committee meeting, and that saw the increase of resources for public space cleanliness, so superintendent sanitation, recycling, and cemetery position to start April 1st, and the additional funding for contracted services in 2025 and 2026. You also approved increasing funding for 2 projects, the Japanese Canadian Memorial Garden Project and the Bevan Park Outdoor Performance and Gathering Space Project. And those were both funded from your Strategic Infrastructure Reserve. So based on all of these changes, the city has a 7.8% tax increase for 2025. That's 1% for asset management and 6.8% for a general cost increase. The market value of a Class 1 residential property decreased by 0.04% in 2025. So with this decrease, the average value of a residential property is now $787,743, resulting in $3,081 owing for their city portion of the 2025 property taxes. And this is a $222 increase over 2024 if your property assessment increased with the average market. As I mentioned in previous presentations, the city must have the financial plan adopted before May 15th in order to authorize expenditures for any updated changes. So today, staff are looking for councils to give first 3 readings to the 2025 to 2029 financial plan amendment bylaw.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mercer. Councillor Thorpe. Or Councillor Gesselbrock.
No, Councillor Thorpe, go ahead and move the motion. I was just gonna...
Thank you. Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will move that Financial Plan Amendment Bylaw 2025, number 7389.01, to amend the 2025 to 2029 financial plan pass first reading.
Seconded, Councillor Brown. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries. Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you. I will move that Financial Plan Amendment Bylaw 2025, number 7389.01, pass second reading.
Seconded, Councillor Hemmens. Discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries.
And I will move that Financial Plan Amendment Bylaw 2025, number 7389.01, pass third reading.
Seconded, Councillor Hemmens. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries. On to the 2025 Property Tax Rates Bylaw. Ms. Mercer, again, please.
Thank you. So based on the amount of revenue needed from taxation in 2029 financial plan, staff have calculated the 2025 tax rates. The bylaw before you outlines the property tax rates for property classes for the City of Nanaimo, the Regional District of Nanaimo, and the Regional General Hospital District. And we're looking for council to give first three readings to this bylaw.
Thank you very much. Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will move that Property Tax Rates Bylaw 2025, number 7397, a bylaw to set the 2025 property tax rates, pass first reading.
Seconded, Councillor Perino. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries.
I will then move that Property Tax Rates Bylaw 2025, number 7397, pass second reading.
Seconded, Councillor Hemmens. Any discussion? Not seeing any. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries.
And I will move that Property Tax Rates Bylaw 2025, number 7397, pass third reading.
Seconded, Councillor Hemmens. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries. Thank you. Item E, Development Variance Permit Application Number DVP 475-355 Wakasai Avenue. Mr. Holm, good evening. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Your Worship and Council. This is a development variance permit. Notifications taken place with respect to the proposed variance. This is a property within the Stadium District. Kinishtuk Stadium bleachers are what's proposed, and setback variance to adjacent property from 4 meters required to 0 meters. As I mentioned, notifications taken place. There's a site plan on attachment C that shows the proposed location of the bleachers, and they're part of the Stadium District improvements proposed in the area identified on the screen there. Happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone present who wishes to speak to Development Variance Permit Application Number DVP 475-355 Wakasai Avenue? I didn't expect there would be, but not seeing anyone.
I'll move the recommendation.
Seconded, Councillor Hemmens. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries. The next is F, Development Variance Permit Application Number DVP 472-1234 Okanagan Place. Mr. Holm, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is a property, it's outlined in red on the screen, that fronts on Okanagan Place and a portion of the unconstructed Tralee Road. This is in the College Heights area. What's proposed is a height variance to the combined height of retaining wall and fence to allow the yard to, I guess the rear yard, the portion closer to Tralee Road, to be leveled and to support a sports court proposed improvement to the rear yard. The applicant provided letters of support from immediate adjacent neighbors, and notification has taken place. And I'm happy to take any questions if council has any. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, is there anyone present wishing to speak to Development Variance Permit Application Number DVP 472-1234 Okanagan Place? Not seeing anyone.
Move the recommendation.
Seconded, Councillor Perino. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries. And finally, we have development permit application number DP 1368-6680 Dickinson Road. Mr. Holm again, please.
Thank you again. The property outlined in red on the screen. This is a development permit with proposed variance to a side yard setback. The required setback is 3 meters. What's proposed is 0.3 meters. This is in the Woodgrove Secondary Urban Center. It's an existing automotive repair shop, an accessory building in relation to that. It's a pre-engineered metal building. There's a site survey on attachment C that shows the location and setback variance proposed. Happy to take questions on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Not seeing any questions for you.
Move the
Councillor Thorpe
recommendation.
moves the recommendation, seconded Councillor Perino. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries. We're on to bylaws, miscellaneous bylaws, repeal bylaw 2025, number 7352. Councillor Thorpe, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's my pleasure to move that miscellaneous bylaws repeal bylaw 2025, number 7352, a bylaw to repeal outdated bylaws, be adopted.
Seconded Councillor Hemmons. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries. On to correspondence. It's 2025 Nanaimo 55 plus BC Games Society request for a letter of support re-grant application to the Destination Events Program. Anyone care to make the recommended motion? Move Councillor Manley. Seconded Councillor Perino. Not seeing any discussion. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries. The second is the 2025 Nanaimo 55 plus BC Games Society request for a letter of support re-hosting BC grant application. Move Councillor Manley, seconded Councillor Thorpe. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries. And Councillor Thorpe, you're giving us a notice of motion, re-quarterly updates from Tourism Nanaimo, Nanaimo Prosperity Corporation, and Nanaimo Systems Planning Organization.
That's correct, Your Worship, and at our next meeting, I'll speak to that if I may.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. We're on to other business. The first item is Councillor Hemmons' motion re the distribution of new supportive housing projects. Councillor Hemmons.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to move the motion in the agenda. If it's seconded, I will speak to it.
Seconded Councillor Brown.
Thank
Councillor
you.
Hemmons.
Thank you. This is, I believe, in response to the concentration of services in the South End and just some real deep concern I'm hearing from that community. We do, I think, have some kind of loose policy around distribution, but those policies are not embedded in City Plan. We're about to do an update on City Plan. I would like to ensure that when those updates come forward, that this policy is embedded in there. I believe that's coming in the summer. And I also want to kind of temper expectations, even with this policy in place. Of course, it's going to be up to the people sitting at this table to say yay or nay to any kind of property proposals, but I think it provides a little bit of support and assurance to the South End in particular, that we will do our best to not concentrate these services.
Thank you very much. Councillor Gesselbrock. Sorry.
Thanks. I'm in support of this policy development. Yeah, there's some communities that have been doing some heavy lifting, and we really do need to work on distributing the load, and we'll get through this, but I think it's important. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries. The next is consideration of a deferred motion re Newcastle Community Association. Ms. Gurry.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I'll just provide a little bit of background before you consider this motion that was deferred. So back in January, this motion was under your consent items, and it was deferred based on a review of the council procedure bylaw and possible discussion at a future GPC meeting at that time. So staff were already underway with a review of the council procedure bylaw, which was before you, and clarification was provided to the Newcastle Community Association, as well as the Public Safety Committee, that council's rationale and discussion back in January was that presentations should be invited from either, and it's stated in the procedure bylaw that presentations are invited by members of council or staff to come to a meeting. So because this is a committee meeting, it should be staff and/or council that is asking for a presentation to come, and/or they should come to council first and then be referred to a committee. So that was the intent and rationale, and that is how it is laid out in the procedure bylaw. However, nothing forbids or prohibits council from passing this motion, which invites the representatives of the Newcastle Community Association to attend a public safety committee meeting or the next one to share their concerns regarding the impact of homelessness on residents and local businesses. However, should they come to a council meeting, you could refer them to the public safety committee to speak, as well as hearing them yourself. So whatever council would prefer, but I think the reason and the rationale provided back in January was to just make the process clear so that all members of the public kind of know that council is the decision-making body and not these committees, and to come to council and be funneled to committees through council. So that's why it's back for your consideration now.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hemmens.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm not going to make any motions here, but I do just want to say to the Newcastle Community Association and any neighborhood association who wants to come and speak to us about safety, about homelessness, about the issues that Newcastle wanted to speak to the Public Safety Committee about, council is the appropriate place to do that, and we welcome those, and you can sign up as a delegation unrelated to an agenda item. What I think we struggled with in January is that this was a very specific request of one neighborhood association, and every neighborhood association deals with the impact of homelessness, and I don't want to see neighborhood associations who are a bit more maybe politically savvy and know how the system works to get in front of council. That is an open invite to every neighborhood association in the city, and that is an easy process, and if people need help, they can call me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If there's no further discussion, motion's been made.
No, there's no
Sorry. Sorry, my apologies.
No motion, just provide.
Okay. All right. Motion to consider the Snowbirds' visit to Nanaimo, late item.
Your Worship, maybe I'll just introduce in just a little bit of background, because this wasn't on the agenda earlier when we printed it for the community, but we've had a relatively recent opportunity that's come up for an unscheduled event, which is, as you mentioned, to host the Snowbirds this summer. They're interested in coming to the city on August 15th and 16th. The airport had already been working with the Snowbirds, and this is an opportunity for the city to come alongside and support them and make sure that this event goes off. But because it was an unplanned event, we do not have anything currently in the budget, and in order to take the opportunity to work with these groups, we appreciate council support in passing this motion this evening, which would clarify that we can provide funds towards this opportunity. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Councillor Brown? No? Someone care to make the recommended motion? Councillor Thorpe, seconded Councillor Perino. Discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? Councillor Eastmere opposed? And Councillor Manley opposed? Thank you. Motion carries. Councillor Brown?
Thanks, Your Worship. Per our procedure bylaw, I'd like to request the reconsideration of the Loudon Park decision.
Ms. Gurry?
Thank you, Your Worship. So the motion to reconsider has been moved by Councillor Brown. If seconded and passes, then the motion would be directly on the floor at that point for you to discuss and vote.
It's been seconded by Councillor Gesselbrock. It is not a debatable motion. All those in favor? Councillors Eastmere, Gesselbrock, Hemmens, Brown, and Manley. Those opposed? Mayor Krogh, Councillors Thorpe, Perino. Councillor Armstrong, where are you in this?
I was in favor of reconsideration.
In favor of reconsideration. Thank you. Motion carries. The motion is now back on the floor. And that motion is that council directs staff to increase the budget by $6,169,373, funded by $4 million from the Special Initiatives Reserve and $2,169,373 from the Strategic Infrastructure Reserve Fund to proceed with the current design for the Loudon Park improvements. Councillor Brown, I assume you want to speak to it first?
Thanks, Your Worship. I still am quite in favor of this proposal. I think there was a lot of runaway prior to the decision for the budget increase around the project. And I think it's very unfortunate. Obviously, there's a very passionate community, and I appreciate people being passionate for their community. I think it's very unfortunate that it's this late in stage of the project. And I also think it's very unfortunate. I think there's been a lot of great comments, but there's also been a lot of unfair and vicious comments towards council members that voted in favor of the proposal. And I think at the end of the day, everyone that sits at this table is trying to make the best decisions for the community as a whole. So I don't want to dwell too much on that, but I do want to say a big thank you to folks that I'm lucky to have access in my life that are experts in projects like this and we're able to provide some guidance. I also want to give a big thanks to Mr. Lindsay and any staff that were supporting him on answering a bunch of questions and going quite back far in time and being very thorough. I greatly appreciate that. I think the plan as presented is a good one. However, upon review, I think there is an option for a much better one that would mitigate concerns and also provide community amenity space that's not just for this park or this neighborhood. We are a growing community. I spoke to that in support of this. Unfortunately, we've actually lost community amenity space that hasn't been replaced, and we need a bunch more of it. Taking a look at the site plan, I think there is an opportunity, and when I say taking a look, I mean taking a look at people that are much smarter and more knowledgeable than I on these. There is an opportunity with the existing footprint of the bathroom facility to design an amenity space that was outlined in option 1. If that will result in minimal impact, not no impact, but minimal impact, conserve the view corridors, conserve the primary green space in the park, and much of the trees for the shade that people brought up. It will require some compromise, but if it is programmatically removed from the boat storage as presented in option B. So if this was to fail, I would hope that council, if this option is to fail, I hope that council would take serious the need to proceed quickly with the boat storage facility, and also direct staff to immediately start work on preparing a concept plan for a washroom, multi-purpose room, and fitness buildings in the general area of the existing washroom building, providing flexibility for them to explore that further. And I also would say that doesn't exclude any emergent opportunities for alternative designs, but at the same time, not having a strong intention to get something done will just result in further loss of amenity space and not providing for the user group. I'll just leave it at that. Thank you, Worship. I very reluctantly bring this forward, and I only do so with a very seriousness and hope that council will proceed with A option no matter what. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers on this? Councillor Perino, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I voted against the reconsideration, but I'm not opposed to considering other things. I do want to make a couple of points. 6 of the 9 council members at this table reviewed this topic in 2021, knowing that 29 trees would be cut down, and they approved it. In 2022, the current council, again, this came forward, knowing that 29 trees would be removed to get this project up and going, and again, there was a full unanimous support. You can turn around and say, gee whiz, the community wasn't involved, but the fact was, the council was involved and was aware, so there was definitely a lack of initiative at that time. So I was very surprised to knowing, excuse me, if we know how important this project is to Loudon Park, to the boating groups, to the community. And yet we knew at that time that 29 trees were going to be cut down and voted in favor of it. Then shame on us, because the community apparently didn't know, although there was a survey done and many people were informed. My biggest concern was getting this project up and going. People may not be aware, but this project has been on the books for 30 years. This park is important, not just to the boating community, but to the entire community. We know for a fact that staff has made it clear that the 29 trees would be cut down, but 60 would be replanted with an additional 100 trees planted as part of our tree program throughout the community. That's why I voted in favor of this project and why I continue to support it. My concern is that by stalling this again, we are going to do only one thing, and that is raise the costs some more, because the construction cost keeps going up and people keep waiting for this project to be completed. Yes, we can all be angry, but my goodness, the information was out there, and I'm not blaming the community. I'm blaming the council of the day. Shame on us for not getting it right. I'm not going to vote in favor of this, but I will continue to support the direction of this council once a vote is made, and if we go forward and go with the new plan, I'm fine with that. I will vote as this council majority votes, and I will not be complaining about the vote at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I go to Councillor Gesselbrock, let's just be clear to Council, lest there be many misunderstanding. The motion we are voting on is the one on the screen. If you vote in favor of it, then nothing will have changed. If you vote against it, then we will have to consider some other alternative. Let's just be clear here. Councillor Gesselbrock and then Councillor Armstrong, please.
Thanks, Mayor. Through you, that's the clarity I wanted. Right now we're just reconsidering going ahead with option A currently, and so we would, if we don't want to go with option A, we'd be voting against this and then looking at a new option. Thank you.
Thank you. No one else wishes to speak to it? Pardon me, sorry, Councillor Armstrong. Getting late. How could I forget Councillor Armstrong? Out of sight, out of mind.
There you go. Thank you very much. I voted in favor of this every time. I think it's a very needed project. But one thing that was never put to us in the past was the fact that we could build this separately on where the washrooms are now. And one of the reasons was because there was some concerns about being close to the water. I think was a valid concern, but now based on what we're hearing from the community, I think that there's an option to look at this that could serve both the needs. I'm concerned about the lack of amenity space, and in my replies to those that emailed me, I talked about the fact that we did lose Departure Bay Activity Center, and that's very much needed. I think that what Councillor Brown is proposing to me is a valid compromise. And for those reasons, I will be voting against this time, because I think that what he's proposing makes more sense, which leads it for a win-win for the whole community. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gesselbrock.
Thanks, Mayor. Just a few comments. You know, I think I'm grateful that this is being brought up for reconsideration, and you know, I do think there is some accountability on the plans that were presented. I definitely was taken by surprise about the 29 trees being removed. I didn't really fully come aware of that till, a couple months ago. You know, maybe that was missed along the way, but I'm grateful for community members that, you know, even 2 years ago that raised alarm on this, and I think it just speaks to really investigating when we're making these big decisions, and so I think there's some very valid criticism, and I'm grateful to move on and find better pathways that can work for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not changing my mind. This has been before council for a very long time, previous councils, the current council. Staff worked very hard. Loudon Park, some of which is formed by way of road right-of-way. It wasn't all given by Mr. Loudon, so let's correct a little bit of history here. Loudon Park is not like Bowen Park. It is not a park to wander around for an hour or two. It's not like Neck Point. It's not like Piper's Lagoon. It's not like wandering out to Joan Point Park. It is a destination park for basically swimmers and people who use the lake. I've received numerous emails from folks indicating, you know, it's precious green space. It is a monoculture, let's be blunt about that. It is 29 fir trees surrounded by very little else in terms of vegetation. The proposal before council with this budget is not just about building a boathouse. It is about building decent public washrooms and a public facility that would be suitable for rental and use by the community. We've heard people suggest we rebuild Departure Bay Activity Center. Sorry, folks, we know that's off the table. We've already had a report on that. People have talked about expanding the Kinhut. Sorry, that's on Ministry of Transportation lands, and I suspect will inevitably end up being the property of Snuneymuxw First Nation, so that's not going to work. So this is a reasonable and logical place to do it. Councillor Perino's already pointed out 60 trees in replacement, another 100 planted through the community. Instead of just a grove of fir trees, you will have deciduous trees as well, which will provide shade in the summer and light in the winter. Moreover, I have considered also what this means to the youth of this community. We have heard criticism that this is elite organizations. $180 a year for a family of 4, 2 adults and 4 children? Goodness, has anyone looked at the cost of hockey equipment lately or other costs? We have spent tens of millions of dollars on fields for kids to play soccer on, for people to pools for them to swim in, ice arenas for people to skate on without any trouble. The rowing and kayaking community is part of our city, and they deserve an opportunity to recreate appropriately, to train. It is aimed at young people. Programs there are used by hundreds of young people, young British Columbians, young Nanaimoites throughout the year. It's not just a summertime occupation. What has been proposed is option B. I've called a tin shed. I'll continue to call it that. People have talked about 2 stories. 2 stories means an elevator. Right now we have a park which is not accessible in the sense that it should be, an outdated playground that needs upgrading severely. We need sidewalks for people who have mobility issues. They can actually enjoy that space. And frankly, at the end of the day, I am interested in supporting the community at large. We have had criticism and comment from some suggesting that really others don't support this project. They didn't understand what they were supporting. We have had confirmation in writing both from the Mid-Island Métis and Snuneymuxw First Nation, our partners in this community, those who occupied this land for thousands of years, that they support what we have done with this motion when it was originally passed. I am not going to turn my back on them, and I'm not going to turn my back on the young people of this community who deserve an appropriate opportunity, nor, quite frankly, all of the citizens of Nanaimo who deserve the right to have access to this park. Councillor Thorpe, then Councillor Gesselbrock.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I'm not going to take time. I can't add anything, I don't think, to what you've just eloquently stated. I was the mover of this motion on the screen, which was option A, and I absolutely stand by my feelings on this motion. I will continue to support it for the reasons that you have just outlined. But I know where the vote's going to go, so I won't waste our time. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Gesselbrock?
Thank you. Just, you know, this particular design, when people did hear about the impact that it was going to have on that central area, there was quite a lot of concern. We did hear from the delegations, but this is a very loved waterfront green space that is visited by thousands of people. And I've been going down there the last 3 weeks, and I'm blown away actually at how many people come out after on weekdays, come out and use the space. And then with the rowing club there, it is crazy how busy it is. And I think people genuinely do want to see that park improve. Like Loudon Park needs some love. And I think people in this process, when they saw what was at stake, really rallied around this place to see it improved and really felt what could be lost. And I think that the process that we got to here, it wasn't fully clear what was at stake, where exactly the footprint was. It did ignore the past engagement with the community in the placement of the actual footprint of it, and there were a lot of options that all really protected that central area. And I think when the engagement happened with the new footprint that we brought forward in 2021, it was over COVID, and it's actually really hard to access the regular park user. I think there was engagement on certain groups, but by and large, the teenagers that are going through there, the people are just walking their dog through there, and then in the summer with people like swimming and families of all different demographics, it's tough to get their engagement and input. But regardless, I think what really came to light is that this is just such a small footprint, and that for $10.8 million that we're going to invest in, to lose a spot that's loved by so many, it really is just unnecessary when there's other designs that can meet and invest in the paddling community, which I think is important. It can provide community amenity space, it can update the bathrooms and make it a win-win, so that this money that we're investing, it doesn't mean that we're actually losing something to gain something else. And so I think that, you know, a really balanced way to go about it is to pursue this win-win. Thank you.
Thank you. Question? Councillor Perino?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just for the viewing audience, is this option A or option B?
This is option A.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Manley?
Thank you. I 100% support the paddling community, and I supported option B because of the placement of the boat storage. I don't think we need to build a tin shack there. I think we can work on some design that actually fits the park. Looks like a better space, and I think that's what I'd like to ask staff to do, is to actually make a boathouse that looks like it fits in the park. This is a park that I've been visiting since I was a little kid. I'm a paddler myself. I appreciate what that does for kids. I bought my first boat when I was 11 years old. By the time I was 14, I owned 3 boats. And I spent a lot of time on the water, and I think it was a good thing for me. And so I definitely support what the kayak, canoeing, and rowing clubs are doing in this community, and what they do for families and for youth. And I also appreciate that the people that live in this area appreciate this park a lot. And this is an area that is going to be an urban center. It's designated high density based on a transit exchange. So as a council, we don't even have a choice in that matter. That's a provincial decision. And people are going to want green space, and we have lots of great green space around the community, but not in this particular area. And it's a great place to go for a swim, and I do think we need amenity space there, and I think that what Councillor Brown has talked about is having the bathrooms and the amenity space and, you know, together in one place on the opposite side of the park, and I think it'll serve the needs of everybody. And I'm sorry for the anger and division that this has caused in this council chamber and in the community, and some of the things that, you know, have been written in emails. So I'm hoping that we can come up with a process that that works for the community at large, that works with the different groups that access this park. So that's what I'm looking forward to. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thorpe?
Sorry, Your Worship, if I may speak again. I think we're getting ahead of ourselves because I don't know exactly what Councillor Brown is intending to propose, but right now we're dealing with what's on the screen, which is option A, which we have to make a decision on first. And although I know what that decision is going to be, I still wish to strongly urge support for option A. And I will say this, Councillor Manley is right. This issue has caused anger and division among councillors, and that's really unfortunate. I am disappointed in the organized campaign against this option, that there is has been a fair amount of wrong information, and that is very frustrating. And I am more than disappointed, I am dismayed in terms of governance and as far as some of the opposition to this. So I'll leave it at that because I don't feel I wish to say, well, I would like to say more, but I won't. Thank you.
Thank you. The motion's on the floor. All those in favor? Mayor Krogh, Councillor Thorpe, Councillor Perino, and those opposed, Councillors Eastmere, Gesselbrock, Hemmens, Brown, Manley, and Armstrong. The motion is defeated. Might I strongly suggest, councillors, it is 10:35. Before we make some motion on the fly about what council may wish to do in terms of asking for information from staff and considering options, that you all, those of you who did not support the current option may wish to go away and come up with a motion that would be supportable, that would provide this community with appropriate options that they can consider and that council will eventually vote on, so that no one will be able to come before this council and say, oh my goodness, I had no idea this was happening and I didn't understand, nor did I have any idea of the estimated costs. I appreciate that that proposition that I'm placing before you tonight may well delay the decision even further of all the very needed and generally agreed upon improvements to Loudon Park, but I do not wish to go through some process again where we have, with respect, it's not just the division on this council that's disturbed me, it's the division that's been generated in this community as a whole, based on the contents of a number of the emails, assuming they were generated within this community. There's clearly a lot of people who only paid attention to the information they received, which in some too many cases I would characterize as misinformation. So having said all that, Councillor Brown, you've asked to speak, please do.
Thanks, Your Worship. I did provide staff with motions, and I'm hoping they could be on the screen. I appreciate what you're saying, but if there's a seconder, I will speak to it. The motion is there, that council directs staff to increase the budget by $1,876,373, funded from the Special Initiative Reserves to proceed with the boat storage and club building from the alternate design for the Loudon Park improvements, as outlined in the report titled Loudon Park Improvements, dated 2025, March 19th, and that council direct staff to prepare a concept plan for a washroom, multi-purpose, and fitness building on the general area of the existing washroom building.
Seconded, Councillor Eastmere.
Thanks, Your Worship. I appreciate your comments there. At the same time, I think there's quite a long history of going to the community on this. We have a viable option that was presented to us. Those numbers are pulled from the staff report. And that is to proceed with the boat storage and club building on the location of the existing boat storage. For the secondary consideration there, that is for staff to do the work around concept planning for those other for that washroom, for that multi-purpose building and general amenity building on the site of the existing washroom. I think that would benefit from actually having something to discuss, and I would trust that that would be distributed to the user groups and the neighborhood association for comment as it gets developed. I think arguably, there's been a lot of feedback around what should be preserved, and that's the large central green space. I think, I don't want to say all the feedback was reasonable, because I think rightfully identified, there's been some unfortunate feedback, especially how it's been directed. But at the same time, taking people from the community in good faith that they do support development and redevelopment of the site, there's an opportunity there for compromise from everybody around, and I would hope that we could capture on that and see further development of the park realized in short order. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, with the option A, as we called it, defeated, we're basically back to square one on this, and I don't want to see unnecessary delay on doing something at Loudon Park. However, I'm really leery of now jumping right away at another proposal, however well meant it is. I would much prefer us to take time to have staff come back to us, and they are in the audience right now, with with some ideas of alternate renderings that we could again examine. Staff have heard what we've had to say, they've heard what the community's had to say tonight. I think if we've learned anything, it's that we better not jump too quickly now to make another decision. Let's let the experts bring us some renderings that we can look at. They might well bring this exact proposal forward, but they might have other ideas. As Councillor, I think it was Brown or Manley said, we're not the experts. So I would really prefer to hear from staff, to look at possible other options, and I think that can be done in a fairly quick timeline. So that would be my preference, and I don't know if that would require a motion of deferral, but that's my thoughts at this point.
Thank you. Councillor Perino, then Councillor Manley.
Motion to defer.
Do we have a seconder? Seconded. Councillor Eastmere.
Thank you. To defer, should I put a date on it, Your Worship?
It'll be deferred till the next council meeting automatically, Ms. Gurry?
To give staff time. To give staff time to come to consider options.
Without a date, it would be the next the next council meeting.
If I could say to the end of June, for staff to allow staff time to come back with options. I should have said that before I had it seconded.
So that's a new motion. So if you want the motion that's on the floor deferred to be considered at a later date, that would be a deferral.
Can we move to amend the existing motion?
You could withdraw the deferral, which has been seconded, if there's agreement from the seconder, and then you could amend.
I see Councillor Eastmere nodding, Councillor Perino withdrawing. All right, Councillor Perino, would you care to make
defer to the end of June?
So you would be deferring Councillor Brown's motion that's been seconded, and
that's right, to the end of June. If I get a seconder?
No, point of order, that would be, that's not.
It's a too new a motion?
Well, I don't want to speak out of turn here, but it doesn't achieve anything, it just delays a decision. If you're wanting information, we need to direct staff.
I'm looking for more information. I'm deferring to give staff time for information.
So Your Worship, to Councillor Brown's point, he's correct. So it would be back to deferring to get further information from staff, which is different from this motion, which doesn't ask for further information aside from the second part. It asks for this to go forward.
So how should we say it? It's the best way.
Council, it's not past my bedtime, so don't worry. It's nothing personal. But this is
want to make sure we do this right.
With great respect, stupid decisions are made by institutional gatherings every place.
That's why deferral.
It is clear this council is undecided on this issue. I do not sense a clear majority on this issue. Councillor Brown has brought forward a motion that is very specific in its nature. My suggestion is, rather than talk about deferral or amending the motion to defer, which has been proposed, which won't get us any further if we don't have a motion to get staff to provide further information, that we go ahead and vote on Councillor Brown's motion, and if it is defeated, then someone can bring forward a new motion respecting bringing forward staff. Alternatively, you could wait, as I suggested, for a couple of weeks and someone come up with a motion in conjunction with the assistance of staff that will provide them with sufficient direction and information that we can all happily vote on something that we can at least agree upon in terms of the end result of the process, as opposed to simply putting it out there in a way that may not be effective. Again, I repeat my position, but we have in order now, Councillor Perino, if you're finished with the floor, Councillors Manley, Brown, and Eastmere, and I leave it in your hands, Council, but you know my position.
Thank you. I actually have a question for staff about the option B that was presented back in March. That was in consultation with the kayaking and rowing clubs. Are they in favor of that option? Did it meet their needs?
Through your worship, well, give Mr. Bryson a chance to get down here. I'm honestly not sure to what degree the user groups were consulted in option B. Option B that staff brought forward was primarily an attempt to meet with the core needs of the new facility, which is the boat storage, but certainly reflecting on the fact that the budget was substantially higher than what we had originally intended. So it was a modified project, a more modest project that tried to deliver on the core elements. I'm not sure how much engagement was done. Mr. Bryson can
Mr. Bryson, thank you for your attendance and your patience tonight.
Good evening, Council. Good evening, Your Worship. Correct, we did actually meet with the rowing club, members of the rowing club, their executive, and showed them option 2 as an alternate because we were looking at ways to cut costs because we knew this would be an expensive project. And they were in favor of option 2. They saw that it met their needs as far as rowing club and met the needs for what they required in the park. So that was myself and our project manager, Marcus, met with them.
Just to follow up, did you consult with NANAIMO or the Métis Association at all about what their needs were in terms of the boathouse?
At that point, no, we did not.
Okay, but it was similar enough to what they'd been presented before in terms of need, in terms of the viability of the building for the use of NANAIMO or the Métis Association?
The meeting we had with the stakeholders was to just identify that the building would meet their needs as far as the paddling and rowing club, and then also discuss the washroom block and the accessibility of it and how that met the needs for those people that would be using the park. So that's kind of where that conversation was with us, that group of stakeholders.
Okay, but that group of stakeholders didn't include NANAIMO or the Métis Association?
At that point, no.
Okay.
Mr. Lindsay.
Sorry, Your Worship, I was just going to clarify the discussion I think that's been talked about at this table in terms of the support and engagement that we've had from SFN has been primarily at the protocol agreement working group table. It's not been at the operational table where we've had sit downs on conceptual reviews of conceptual designs. It's about the project in its entirety.
It was just more the overall provide some facilities for the boating community. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Brown?
Thanks, Your Worship. I won't dwell, but really the motion is to actually see the user group building started, that work starting, because they were high-level concept plans, and they would the architect would need to take them, and they would need to convert them into building plans, and the civil work would need to be done, and there's timeline there. And so this would be to advance that, so that building could be built. The second motion is, I think, actually what council is wanting, unless they're wanting a whole reconceptualization of all the program requirements of the site. But really, it's to prepare a concept plan, and it leaves it pretty loose. General area of the existing washroom building, because it wouldn't make sense to direct staff to come back with a building on the area that we clearly are trying to avoid, and there's no other area on site. So, there may be emergent opportunity, but I just would argue that's pretty open. If you want to take out general area of existing washroom building and just prepare a concept plan for a washroom, multi-purpose and fitness building, or not, really. Like, if you don't want to do that at all, I've heard people say, and I took their comments on good faith, that they're open to exploring an alternative solution that provides for everybody. If that's not the case, then again, just defeat it. But getting into this scenario where absolutely nothing will happen, I was really hoping to avoid that and try to find compromise. And well, I hope I won't regret the reconsideration, but I just might. So.
Councillor Eastermere, then Councillor Gesselbrock.
Thank you. I really appreciate the reconsideration opportunity, because I think that we can find a really good compromise that that meets everyone's needs, and that is essentially why I supported option B, because I thought it represented the best compromise in terms of providing the two critically needed pieces, which were the safe boat storage as well as the updated washroom building, which I think is really what serves the users of the park, because it's not just the rowing club and the canoe and kayak club, it's also the general public that accesses that park and deserves access to universal accessible washrooms. And so that's why I thought option B was really our best route. So with this alternate motion, yes, it gets us to doing something as quickly as possible on the safe boat storage, which I've supported all along, but I am a little bit disappointed that we're then pushing out the washrooms, and by including a multi-purpose and fitness building, that is going to, make that the cost significant for that second phase of that project. But essentially all along, council has been very supportive of the need for safe, secure boat storage. And hearing from the community, there obviously is a desire for some more amenity space, and I think and so for that reason, I think that this represents a good compromise and allows us to move ahead with the critically needed storage piece, and then take a bit more time to really get it right as far as the siting of an amenity space and public washrooms that preserves the much loved green space in this park. So thank you very much.
Councillor Gesselbrock.
Thank you. I think the boat storage built on the current footprint where the boats are currently stored is a good compromise. There's part of me that that footprint was developed sort of not really in consultation with the community, and I think what we heard quite clearly was that like the larger park user really wasn't involved in the design process of the space. But I do think it's a compromise. I sometimes think like different orientations that potentially could utilize other properties could be used, but I'm supportive of going ahead and putting it in this spot. I would like consideration just on siting and orientation and just trying to minimize the impact on the park in terms of trees and that. And then moving ahead with the boat storage, and then the second part about a concept plan for the washroom, multi-purpose and fitness building on the general area of the existing washroom building. I think that is very in line with option B on that footprint. I guess adding the multi-purpose room and fitness building is an addition, and these are the extra amenities that made option A, and what there's a lot of interest in it, and I think exploring the ability to include those into the design is a good idea. I don't want to paint ourselves into a corner in terms of options by just looking at that footprint of the existing washroom in case other emergent areas come at play. And I think I can support this motion if the concept planning does take into account other options for the locating of the additional multi-purpose room and fitness building in the case that it doesn't fit on that footprint of the current washrooms. My question is would this motion require an amendment to look at that additional space, or would that be included in the concept plans with the given direction?
Your Worship, if you're asking for staff's interpretation of the motion, I think the second part of the motion is pretty clear. From my perspective, it says look at building it specifically on the location of the existing washroom building. If council's desire is to look everywhere or elsewhere, then I would recommend the motion be amended or a new motion be introduced.
Okay, I'm going to see if I can quickly work on an amendment at this time, but it is tricky.
While you do that, Councillor Gesselbrock, let's listen to Councillor Hemmons.
Thank you, Your Worship. Excuse me. I also really appreciate the reconsideration motion. I really regret that we're trying to make this decision at 11 o'clock.
Second the motion.
Pardon me?
Second the motion. I'm being sarcastic.
Okay,
Forgive
I
me.
didn't second the motion. I also want to say I really regret the tone that this has taken amongst our team, but also in the community. It's just been awful. Like the amount of direct personal attacks via email to those who voted in support has been, I don't even have words for it, and I'm mad now. It's 11 o'clock, I'm mad. I don't know why we couldn't just say, okay, we're going to take a pause on this. We agreed by majority we're going to take a pause on this. Why are we trying to now at 11 o'clock piece together so that something, it's not option A, it's not option B, it's maybe some weird hybrid, and I'm just like, I don't feel like I have the brain capacity to deal with this right now. So I'm frustrated with this whole process. Thank you.
With great respect, to defer this now makes no sense. I'm going to speak. Nobody else was on the list, so I'm jumping right in. I said some time ago, about a half hour ago, that this was not the time to have this kind of discussion. If we simply defeated this motion, or alternatively gave everybody a chance to think about it over the next couple of weeks and do some research, we'd be better off than doing what we're trying to do now. With great respect. If we vote it down, the problem is that may be the motion that this council will support if we vote it down. Well, with great respect, and I'm going to be a bit cranky here, I did suggest some time ago that we not debate or put a new motion forward whatsoever, and I see some in the audience nodding, so at least I've got someone listening to me tonight, that we not put any motion in front of this council, that we give everybody a couple of weeks to cool off, to let the community settle down, to let us hear information, and then come forward with a motion that, as I said, would hopefully bring us to some kind of consensus and community support around this. We've got folks in the audience, I know, who are ticked because they don't want to spend the money, period, or any substantive sum close to it. We've got others who want who want the first-class model, which I still support. We've got others who want some kind of a compromise. We've got others who are interested only in whether the trees get cut or don't get cut. So with respect, if the motion is withdrawn, we can leave it off the agenda. You can take a couple of weeks to think about it. Ms. Gurry, please.
So, Your Worship, because the motion now belongs to the table, it's been debated, it's not appropriate to withdraw. It's appropriate to vote on it. There was a motion moved and seconded to defer it to the next meeting, which is just sitting on this until May 26th and discussing it then. That could be an option, and/or I would suggest voting on it if you don't want to defer it to the next meeting.
So seconder? Councillor Brown gets deferred to the next meeting.
Yeah, I think it just keeps it on the agenda. It's not a decision. I think we're going to run into a danger if we vote down so many options, then it gets into this weird game of who can bring something back, reconsideration every time. Just keep it on the agenda. If it gets defeated and someone else proposes another motion, at least it's in order and it's easy to track.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion on the motion to defer? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you very much. The end of all our journeying shall be to return to whence we began and know it for the first time. Question period. Ms. Gurry? And just check and confirm that it's a question that's allowable, please.
It's on Rise and Report, which is not a report, so.
Mr. Annesley, sorry, it's on Rise and Report. It's not an appropriate question.
I asked a question on Councillor Brown's permit report. That is on other business, so I believe I can.
Well, that too, but you're asking on 7A. Yes, you can. Ms. Gurry, do we have to have a motion to?
We could, yes. My phone says 10:59, but yes.
Ask your question quickly, Mr. Annesley. Go.
Really quick, it's a really quick question through you to your staff, because I think you guys are gonna, if you go for option B, you're gonna run into the same
Council,
problem.
to council. Ask the question to council.
Okay, just three, okay. Because if it wasn't brought up, but option B still removes 15 trees, am I not mistaken? Yeah, so I think people in the audience don't know that option B does that, and then you're just gonna wind up with the same problems again. So if everybody understands option B, 15 trees are gonna be removed, so it's not a great other option either. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, motion to adjourn. Moved Councillor Perino, seconded Councillor Eastmere. All those in favor, any opposed? None. Motion carries. Thank you very much, everyone.